If you don't dare to compete, then you are a coward. So Guyue clan is full of cowards. Ah. Bai Zhanlai raised his head and laughed, his voice attracting the attention of many people. What's going on? Bai Mo Xing hurried over. After Bai Lian explained, Bai Mo Xing immediately reprimanded Bai Zhanlai. You are really reckless. You dare to be rude to an esteemed guest. Bai Zhanlai raised his head. He doesn't even dare to accept the challenge. He is not a brave warrior. Since he is not a brave warrior, why treat him with respect? You. Bai Mo Xing glared. Bai Lian said, only a fool would agree to such a challenge of yours. Young Master Fangjing's cultivation has declined because of his injuries. If he was at his peak, you might not be his match. A young girl speaking to Fang Yuan like this. If Fangjing was here, he would probably be extremely grateful. But Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. What a good show. I will represent young Master Fangjing and compete with you. Bai Lian continued. Bai Zhanlai was so angry that he was breathing heavily. Why are you standing up for him? Also, what right do you have to represent him? He is just a pretty boy, a good-for-nothing. I can beat 10 of him. I won't compete with you, brat. Stand up if you have the guts. Are you still a man if you don't say a word? If you want to compete, then compete. Who's afraid of who? Fang Yuan looked like he couldn't take the provocation and said with an impulsive tone, Sir Elder, did you hear that? He agreed. Bai Zhanlai immediately shouted happily. Bai Mo Xing frowned. Life should be brave enough to accept challenges. Nephew Fangjing, your courage is obvious to all. But you are an esteemed guest of my clan. If anything happens to you, it will be hard for us to answer to Guyue's clan. Also, both parties have different cultivation levels. It is unfair to challenge. Sir Elder is right. This junior didn't think it through. Fang Yuan purposely hesitated. Seeing that Fang Yuan was about to retreat, Bai Zhanlai and Bai Lian quickly exchanged glances. Bai Zhanlai continued to speak, provoking Fang Yuan's anger and provoking him. Bai Lian clenched her teeth and walked in front of Fang Yuan. She opened her big watery eyes and said with a gentle voice, Young Master Fangjing, this one has a presumptuous request. Oh, what do you want? I sincerely request young master to accept this challenge and help me get rid of Bai Zhanlai. I really can't stand his harassment anymore. As she spoke, Bai Lian was about to cry. A young girl was begging a boy for help, asking him to chase away a very hateful pursuer. Especially this boy. He also had a good impression of the young girl. Tell me, how could this boy not agree? Thus, Fang Yuan immediately patted his chest and agreed. Miss Bai Lian, please don't worry. Your problem is my problem. I will definitely do my best to help. After a pause, Fang Yuan's tone became hesitant, but my cultivation is currently weaker than his. If I lose, don't worry, young master, I already have a plan. Bai Lian smiled like a blooming daffodil. She turned around and said to Bai Moxing, Lord Family Elder, although young Master Fangjing has agreed to the duel, if we were to really have a duel, it would probably harm the harmony between us. I have a suggestion. Why don't we use this hunting competition as an opportunity to split into 5-people teams and compete based on the results of this hunt? A good suggestion. Bai Mo Xing stroked his beard and nodded. Then you can choose your people. But to be fair, the 5 people must have similar cultivation. Bai Zhanlai snorted in displeasure. Yes. Bai Lian hurriedly bowed in excitement. An hour later, the 2 groups set off. On Fang Yuan's side, there were rank 3 Bai Ningbing, Bai Lian, as well as 2 other female Gu masters. Their ages were similar to Bai Lian, and they had rank 2 cultivation. One of them was called Bai Shangjing, and was very grateful to Fang Yuan. Earlier, she was poisoned and was saved by Fang Yuan's clearing heat gu. The group was very harmonious, and although Fang Yuan had the lowest cultivation, he was the center of attention. Young master, don't worry. We have already obtained detailed information and know where there are more precious prey. Just follow us. Bai Shangjing had a lively personality and was in charge of scouting. Everyone followed her, and sure enough, they killed many unique prey. Fang Yuan did not put in much effort, and the whole process was more like a field trip. Young Master Fangjing, I heard that your Guyue tribe is moving to Baigu Mountain. Is it like this? On the way back, Bai Jing seemed to ask casually. These are all groundless rumors. Fang Yuan laughed. Young master, you are cultured and refined, a gentleman, much better than that Bai Lai. Sigh, if we can settle down on Baigu Mountain, we will be able to see each other often. Bai Jing continued. Fang Yuan chuckled, sneaking a glance at Bai Lian who was walking beside him. Bai Lian had a worried expression. Settling down and establishing a village is not a simple matter. The first condition is to find a spirit spring. However, around the spirit spring, the primeval energy is dense, and there will definitely be beast groups or strong wild goo worms. When the predecessors establish a village, they must go through intense battles to kill the beast groups or wild goo worms. This process will definitely be accompanied by blood and sacrifice. Saying so, she looked at Fang Yuan. Actually, there are large numbers of bone beasts living on Baigu Mountain. These bone beasts have tough bodies and are hard to deal with. There is no soil on Baigu Mountain, only pure white bone stones. It is not impossible to establish a village on this mountain, but the price to pay will be very high. Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan's smile showed a trace of reluctance, his gaze revealing a trace of deep worry. However, he pretended to ask casually, I am rather interested in Baigu Mountain. Bai Lian, you are half the owner. Tell me, how many dangers are there on this mountain? Bai Lian laughed. If young master wants to hear, I will tell you. She exaggerated while secretly activating the accumulating anxiety goo in her aperture. This goo's effect was like the spring breeze and drizzle, silently affecting the surroundings within 10 steps of the user. It could make one's mind heavier and their worries deeper. Fang Yuan's smile gradually faded, the worry in his eyes showing clearly. Young Master Fang Jing doesn't need to worry. This time we will definitely win against Bai Lai. Bai Jing purposely comforted. Fang Yuan nodded and answered a few sentences, but he seemed to be absent-minded. Following that, he asked even more questions. They were all related to Baigu Mountain, especially a certain part of the back mountain. Bai Lian patiently answered all of them. This scene was playing out in the tent at the same time. The little fish has taken the bait. Bai clan leader laughed complacently. Back mountain. She started to compare the map on the table. Chapter 223. After a while, Bai clan leader retracted her gaze from the map. She gave up helplessly. Baigu Mountain was huge. Although the range had been reduced to the back mountain, it was still far from the accurate location. Guyue clan's lad is wary of my Bai clan. He will definitely not ask for the location directly. It seems I need to work harder to find the Spirit Springs location. Bai clan leader gritted her teeth, thinking. Once they know the location of the Spirit Spring, Bai clan will carry out a detailed investigation. If there are not many beast groups around the Spirit Spring, and the price of killing them is not high, then I will make a move directly. Strike first to gain the upper hand. But if there are too many ferocious beasts and goo worms, then I will provide logistics to support Guyue clan. I will let them be the vanguard, and when the time is right, I will reap the rewards. If I do it well, I might even be able to swallow up the remnants of Guyue clan. Hee hee. Thinking of this, Bai clan leader could not help but chuckle. She still did not know that the so-called remnant of Guyue clan was just a fabrication. On the contrary, Fang Yuan obtained a lot of valuable information from Bai Lian. The righteous path inheritance was at the back mountain of Baigu Mountain. Fang Yuan did not hide this. However, there were many bone beasts and many goo at the back mountain. Occupying an area, it was difficult and dangerous. He knew that Bai Lian's words were exaggerated. With his 500 years of experience, he got rid of the exaggerated content, and Fang Yuan obtained a fact. If he and Bai Ningbing were to reach the inheritance location, they would need at least half a year. The situation on Baigu Mountain was different from the forest. There were large-scale beast groups, and at the same time, ferocious beasts and dangerous goo worms. Many places needed to be avoided, and some places needed to be avoided. After returning to the village, it was as Bai Jing said, their battle results surpassed Bai Lai's. After a day of rumors, this competition was widely known. The 5 of them walked in the camp, receiving much attention. Senior Bai Lian won today. That is because Lord Bai Lai's luck was not good. You have to know, hunting also depends on luck. If we don't encounter any rare prey, It won't work even if we have the strength. Are the two people over there from Guyue's family? Who is that woman? So beautiful. Her beauty is actually not inferior to Balian's. I heard that the young master of the Guyue clan is interested in Lady Balian. Humph, a toad lusting after swan meat. In my opinion, this person's character is unshakable. You already have one by your side, yet you still want another. No wonder Lord Bai Zhanlai is angry. Everyone can see Lord Bai Zhanlai's feelings for Senior 100 Lotus. I heard that they were childhood sweethearts. Sigh, it's a pity that the falling flowers yearn for love, but the heartless water is heartless. Many whispered and bowed their heads in discussion. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, seemed to have a heavy heart. Although he had one, he did not look happy. In the evening, there was another bonfire banquet in the central tent. Bai Sheng and Bai Hua, this pair of siblings, after toasting Fang Yuan, were led away. There were a few new faces in the tent. Balian and Bai Zhanlai's competition caused them to be separated from the normal hunting competition. Therefore, the positions that were originally occupied became empty, attracting the appearance of two young talents of the Bai clan. These two men were obviously close to Bai Zhanlai. During the banquet, one glared at Fang Yuan, while the other ignored him. Nephew, it has already been a few days. Why haven't we seen your clansmen? During the banquet, the Bai clan leader asked. Fang Yuan showed a trace of worry. According to my calculations, it should be in the last few days. Sigh, maybe they encountered some unforeseen events. But I think that with their strength, it shouldn't be too big of a problem. The Bai clan leader nodded. Her main concern was still on Fang Yuan. She had spent a lot of effort to build such a stage. Seeing that progress was fast and success was in sight, she did not want the appearance of Guyue's remnants to ruin this great situation. What the Bai clan leader did not know was that her worry was completely unnecessary. In this world, only the two brothers, Fang Yuan and Fang Jing, were left in the Guyue tribe. Nephew, don't worry. I have already sent people to investigate. I believe there will be news of your clansmen soon. On the other hand, the Bai clan leader consoled Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly thanked her, while Bai Ningbing frowned slightly. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. It was still fine now. They could use excuses to dodge the situation. After all, encountering some unexpected troubles in the wilderness was a normal thing. But once the situation drags on, Bai clan would become suspicious. They might even be able to see through their own side. But these days, Bai Ningbing did not dare to act rashly while hunting in the wilderness. She knew that there were definitely Bai clan Gu masters monitoring the surroundings, hiding at the side. They lacked a powerful movement Gu, and the complicated situation in the forest greatly restricted their speed. From Bai Ningbing's point of view, the situation was worsening day by day. They were like sinking into a swamp, sinking deeper and deeper. If left alone, they would sink and rot sooner or later. Then what are your plans? Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan, who was sitting beside her. She understood Fang Yuan and knew he was not a person who would sit and wait for death. But because of her limited life experience, she could not think of a good way to break out of this situation. In this environment, she could not directly discuss with Fang Yuan. The pressure in Bai Ningbing's heart was getting heavier. Another day passed like this. Fang Yuan's team's battle achievements were close to surpassing Bai Zhanlai's. After the banquet, Bai clan leader summoned Bai Mo Xing to discuss a secret plan. The female clan leader tapped the table with her finger. We cannot continue like this. Bai Lian kept talking about the dangers of Bai Gu Mountain during today's hunt. I can already feel Fang Jing wavering. But time waits for no man. Once Guyue tribe's main force appears, Fang Jing will have found his backbone, and our efforts will be wasted. Time waits for no man. Bai clan leader heaved a long sigh, unable to conceal the worry on her face. She did not know that Bai Ningbing was actually more worried than her. Time was even more precious to Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan. Bai Mo Xing pondered for a while. Clan leader, in my opinion, it is not realistic to make Fang Jing trust us and tell us the location of the spirit spring in a short period of time. I have an idea, but we still need to beat around the bush. But we need to add some fuel to the fire. Oh, tell me about it. Bai Mo Xing mumbled in a low voice. Bai clan leader nodded. You are right. that Fangjing is very worried. He must be worried that the tribe will suffer great losses in order to attack the spirit spring. Doesn't he want to know the location of the spirit spring? He must be thinking about it, but he is worried about us. Moreover, their cultivations were too weak. Your idea sounds good. Faintly, the female clan leader felt that there was something wrong with this idea. But there were no other good ideas now, they could only give it a try. Thus, on the third day of the battle, Bai Zhanlai accidentally caught a wild swimming dragon butterfly during his hunt, causing a commotion in the camp. Bai Lian's expression was heavy. The situation is not good. Swimming dragon butterfly goo is a rank 3 goo. It is extremely rare. Bai Zhanlai is already far ahead. We can only take a risk to have any hope of victory. I know the situation of the surrounding forest. We can only go to Baigu Mountain to hunt and kill bone beasts, or subdue wild bone goo. Bai Ningbing's heart jumped when she heard this. Baigu Mountain, isn't this the best time to break the deadlock? Haha, to think such a good opportunity would come knocking on our door. Although Baigu Mountain is dangerous, it is the best way to get rid of Bai clan. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. This is too dangerous. Lady Bai Lian, our strength is limited, let's forget about it. Bai Ningbing's eyes widened, wishing she could strangle Fang Yuan. Bai Lian smiled. Young master, don't worry, I have a plan. I have a close relationship with Bai Sheng and Bai Hua young masters. We can coax them to join the hunt tomorrow. They do not have any cultivation, so we can't secretly bring them in. But they will definitely have hidden goo masters protecting them. Now that we're on the White Bones Mountain, if we encounter any danger, will these guards not intervene? We will not steal the corpses of the beasts they kill. We will hunt our own. There will always be the old, the weak, and the young in the beast group. The wild beasts on Baigu Mountain are much more valuable. Fang Yuan was stunned. To think that Bai clan would do this in order to not arouse my suspicions. Although he thought so, he said, this is a great plan. Lady Bai Lian, you are so intelligent. I have a whole new level of respect for you. Not at all, young master is too kind. Bai Lian smiled shyly, her eyes concealing a hint of pride. The next day, in the dark central tent, Bai clan leaders stared at the colorful smoke in the air. Within the smoke, a scene appeared. In the scene, there was a group of 7 people. Other than Fang Yuan, Bai Lian and the others, there were 2 children. They were the 2 young masters of Bai clan. It seems Baigu Mountain is very peaceful. We have been walking for so long, but we have not met any trouble. In the scene, Bai Shengjing spoke. Bai clan leader immediately snorted in anger. To protect them and open the path, she sent large numbers of goo masters. Even the clan elders around her followed them secretly. Fang Yuan's group moved without any obstruction, and the scattered wild beasts they met were purposely left out by Bai clan's goo masters. In these 6 hours of trekking, Bai clan had already sacrificed tens of outstanding goo masters. Even 3 clan elders were injured. Among them, 2 were already unconscious and were on the way back to camp. But this was only the foot of Baigu Mountain. The further they went up the mountain, the more dangerous it became. Fang Yuan's group might look relaxed, but it was actually because the goo masters ahead had used their blood and lives to exchange for it. Especially Baigu Mountain, there were no signs of human habitation. It was the territory of ferocious beasts and wild goo. To explore the path, one had to pay a huge and high price. Fang Yuan's group continued to climb, and under Bai Lian's intentional guidance, they unknowingly arrived at Baigu Mountain. Our information is limited. I don't know where to go next. It is getting late. Maybe we should return. Bai Lian purposely said. Since we are already here, we might as well take a look. Fang Yuan said. He looked around, trying to discern, as if he was looking for something. He started to lead the way, and according to his memories, he knew the inheritance location was not far away. Hey, can't you at least act more realistic? At the side, Bai Ningbing saw this and felt anxious. Fang Yuan's actions were too blatant. Bai Ningbing worriedly looked at the people around her. But what made her feel strange was, be it Bai Lian or Bai Shengjing, none of them seemed to have sensed it and silently allowed Fang Yuan to move. Good, that's it. It seems this place is extremely close to the spirit spring. In the tent, the clan leader's excitement was clearly shown. Fangjing, You are still too inexperienced, eh? They entered the cave. Is the spirit spring inside the cave? The scene flashed, showing the scene inside the cave. Just as my clan leader was feeling puzzled, someone outside the tent reported. Reporting to clan leader, an investigative Goo Master has returned and captured a Thai clan Goo Master. Furthermore, I have important intelligence to report. Chapter 224. Important information? My clan leader frowned slightly. But what kind of important information could be more important than the spirit spring? Since it is not urgent information, let them wait outside the tent, the clan leader instructed before focusing her gaze on the smoke image. The image flashed and showed the situation inside the cave. Fong Yuan and the other 6 went deep into the cave and soon reached the bottom. This cave was not big. My clan leader was soon disappointed. She did not see the spirit spring, and it could not be in such a place. It seems we still need time to find the spirit spring. My clan leader muttered and lightly waved her sleeves, keeping the smoke into her sleeves, and said, "Call them in." The tent flap was opened and a valiant investigative Goo Master walked in and bowed. Subordinate greets Lord Clan Leader. I have important information to report. His tone revealed a sense of anxiousness. You captured a Thai clan Goo Master? My clan leader frowned slightly. Thai clan was a huge force. Even 10 by clan villages were not their match. If it was not handled properly, it would be very troublesome. My clan leader was reprimanding this subordinate inwardly. This Thai clan Goo Master was like a hot potato. He should just kill them secretly in the wild. But if they were brought back to the clan, it would be a source of gossip. Subordinate received a mission to investigate the movements of Guyue's remnant forces and unexpectedly found a heavily injured Goo Master. Subordinate originally suspected that this person was a Guyue clansman, but after treatment, he claimed to be a Thai clan Goo Master. And from his mouth, Subordinate learned a shocking piece of news. Qing Mao Mountain's 3 clans were completely annihilated, but there was a mysterious demonic Goo Master who escaped from the disaster. Thai clan sent out Goo Masters to pursue these demonic Goo Masters. The investigative Goo Master reported. What did you say? My clan leader was shocked. Her heart thumped and she frowned. At this moment, Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing's appearance and actions flashed past her mind like flickering shadows. These 2 youngsters were demonic Goo Masters? They did not look like it, especially when Bai clan leader recalled the scene of Fong Yuan crying at the banquet. How could such a person be a demonic Goo Master? How can you be sure this person is a Thai clan Goo Master? My clan leader asked. This is the Thai clan's token we found on him. Moreover, this person's Goo has the characteristics of the Thai clan. The investigative Goo Master said as he presented an iron token. The 100 Clans clan head took the token and held it in her hand, feeling the coldness of the token. It was indeed the token of the Thai family, but this is also possible. This person killed Thai clan's Goo Masters and obtained the spoils of war from them. Maybe this person, a thief crying thief, is the demonic Goo Master that Thai clan is chasing. My clan leader thought of a possibility. In order to survive, demonic Goo Masters had to disguise their identities. The 100 Families clan leader's first impression was too deep, but no matter what, she had to confirm it herself. She narrowed her eyes and said, "Bring the captive here. Let's go." Soon, the tent's curtain was opened and a Goo Master was brought in. Tai Dao Ku's hair was disheveled and his face was pale, as he appeared in front of by clan leader with light steps. "Kneel." The Goo Master behind kicked him, and this man groaned as he knelt on the ground. But he struggled with all his might, wanting to stand up immediately. "Be obedient." The 2 Goo Masters behind each held an arm, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Tai Dao Ku struggled to no avail and screamed, "I, Tai Dao Ku, kneel to heaven and earth, kneel to my parents, and kneel to the clan leader. Don't humiliate me, just die." "Oh my, your acting is quite good." My clan leader raised her brows and sneered. Soon after, he shouted, "Speak, you demonic Goo Master. How did you kill Thai clan's Goo Master and obtain this token?" Tai Dao Ku was stunned, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Pfft. I am an upright man, Thai clan's Tai Dao Ku. I will never change my name. After falling into your hands, You can kill me or torture me as you wish, but now you are still trying to frame me. Don't you seem hypocritical? The blood did not land on by clan leader's body. As if it hit an invisible wall in the air, it fell to the ground. By clan leader's expression was somewhat ugly. Tai Dao Ku sneered. My Tai clan specializes in investigation. By clan, you captured me and humiliated me like this. Hee hee. You better chop me into pieces and pray that no one finds out. Once you are found out, hee hee, your Bai clan will suffer my Tai clan's thunderous revenge. Bai clan leader sneered. You keep saying you are a Tai clan Gu master, but I have seen many Tai clan Gu masters. Rank 5 and below always move in large groups, and they are all capable and imposing, with a steel-like concealment. Not mentioning that you are alone, look at your current appearance. If you want to act as a Tai clan Gu master, you better act properly. Tai Dao Ku's sneer froze. Bai clan leader's words evoked the most painful part in his heart. Thinking of the time when they set off from Qingmao Mountain, the group of 9 were in high spirits. But now, he was the only one left, and he was even a prisoner. So bitter. Especially when Tai Dao Ku thought of Tai Aotian's death, the huge regret and pity made him feel even more pain. He was Tai clan's 4th young master, with outstanding aptitude and a persevering nature. He had been placed high hopes on since young. He was a strong competitor for Tai clan leader, and the hope of Tai clan's future. Ever since he was young, he had displayed extraordinary intelligence and aptitude. From him, Tai Dao Ku saw hope for the future. But when the earth-shattering explosion rang out, everything was over. The explosion was too sudden. Tai Aotian, who was at the center of the explosion, did not even have time to activate his defensive goo worms before he was blasted into smithereens. A generation's pride, a future star, died just like that. Not only Tai Aotian, but the others also suffered. Several of them were killed in the explosion, and countless goo worms were destroyed. The remaining 2 were heavily injured. Tai Dao Ku was one of them. At that time, he was at the back of the group, and because his skin was modified into copper skin by a goo worm, he was able to survive. There was also a heavily injured person. Half of his body was blown up, and after 5 minutes, he fainted. Rescue efforts failed, and he died. Tai Dao Ku shed tears as he buried his clansmen's corpses into the ground. He had wanted to bury them separately, but most of the corpses were blasted into pieces. Tai Aotian's situation was even worse. Only palm-sized pieces were left. He built a grave with an extremely sorrowful heart. He cut off a huge rock and moved it here as a marker. Afterwards, he investigated the explosion site. With his rich experience, he determined that this was charred thunder potato goo. More than 100 charred thunder potatoes were buried in the ground. No doubt, this was a huge, sinister, and vicious trap. Who did such a wicked thing? Who set this trap? Tai Dao Ku thought about it, and felt that Fong and Bai were the most suspicious. Of course, he did not know Fong Yuan and Bai Ning Bing's names and other information, but he understood. This was very likely the work of the demonic goo master they were chasing. Too despicable, too vicious. Tai Dao Ku was furious. His hatred was as deep as the sea. Revenge. He had to take revenge and bring this demonic goo master to justice. To Tai Dao Ku, he could no longer return to Tai clan. Tai clan's 4th young master was dead. This responsibility had to be pursued. Moreover, if Tai Dao Ku returned like this, it would be a huge humiliation to him. He decided to continue chasing. Tai Aotian was dead. His life had turned from colorful to gray. He wanted to kill Qingmao Mountain's demonic goo master to vent the hatred in his heart. Even if he could not kill them, he would use all his strength. Revenge, revenge. He shouted towards the sky, vowing not to rest until he killed Fong and Bai. However, reality was cruel. His injuries could not be treated effectively, and in the next few days, he had a high fever and felt dizzy. He was also attacked by beast groups and only managed to escape by water. But under the situation of lacking supplies, he still fainted. When he woke up, he found that he had been saved and had become Bai clan's captive. He could not bear to recall the past and felt pain just thinking about it. Tai Dao Ku knelt in the tent and could not help but shed tears. Bai clan leader was secretly surprised. and continued to ask questions. But Tai Dao Ku did not speak, as if he was ready to die a martyr. This was not the demonic Gu master who disguised his identity and wanted to survive. What if this person is really a Tai clan Gu master? Bai clan leader felt something was wrong, and the bad feeling in her heart was growing. She wanted to find out more information, but Tai Dao Ku did not speak, and even closed his eyes, not cooperating at all. Bai clan leader's eyes turned and suddenly said, "Not long ago, our Bai clan hosted 2 Guyue clansmen. They were 2 youngsters, and one claimed to be the young master of Guyue clan." Before Bai clan leader finished speaking, Tai Dao Ku suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone with brilliance. Hatred, anger, joy, all sorts of complex emotions were revealed at once. He was so excited that he wanted to stand up, but was pressed down by the 2 Gu masters behind him. He shouted, "It's them. It must be them. To think I would meet them here, and 2 youngsters at that. Humph, they must be demonic Gu masters who escaped from Qingmao Mountain." Tai Dao Ku naturally did not know about Bai clan. The investigative Gu master was only interrogating him. It would be strange if he told him this. Bai clan leader saw that he finally spoke and immediately asked, "If you are a Tai clan Gu master, where are your companions?" Tai Dao Ku's attitude completely changed at this moment. For the sake of revenge, he replied in a deep voice, "They're all dead." "Where did they die? Where are their corpses?" Tai Dao Ku's expression changed. "I cannot tell you this. The dead are buried. Even if you suspect me, I will not allow you to dig up their graves." Bai clan leader heard this, and her heart sank. This was not something a demonic Gu master would say. "Don't tell me." Bai clan leader felt a strong sense of foreboding. She finally waved her sleeves, and a colorful smoke flew out, spiraling in the air and showing a scene. "Your clan's young masters are in our hands. Get out now." In the scene, Fang Yuan had already shed all pretense of cordiality. He grabbed Bai Sheng and Bai Hua's throats, one in each hand, and shouted coldly. Bai clan leader was stunned. After a few breaths of time, she flew into a rage and slammed the table in front of her into smithereens. She roared in anger. "So you are demonic scoundrels." Chapter 225. Bai clan leader's expression was extremely terrible. Everything was clear now. She was hesitant at first, but after seeing the scene in the colorful smoke, only an idiot would not be able to tell. Bai clan leader was not an idiot. In fact, she was wiser than ordinary people. In Fang Yuan's previous life, she led Bai clan to complete the migration and laid a solid foundation for the next generation. Damn it! How can this be? These 2 scoundrels are actually demonic Gu masters. They are too good at acting. "Young master, the 2 young masters are in their hands. What should we do?" In the tent, the other Gu masters saw this and panicked, their minds in chaos. The situation was terrible. Fang Yuan was holding the 2 young masters hostage, causing everyone to be wary of taking action. Bai clan leader forced herself to calm down. She was Bai Hua and Bai Sheng's mother. Her anxiety and worry could not be matched by others. But as a leader, she had to have her own strengths. Other than her identity as a mother, she was also a clan leader. She first ordered her subordinates to release Tai Dao Ku. "I have misunderstood Tai clan's hero. I apologize to you here." She stood up and bowed with a sincere expression. Tai Dao Ku snorted. Although he was extremely unhappy, he admired Bai clan leader's ability to let go. Right now, he was only a prisoner. His life and death was at the mercy of Bai clan leader. He gritted his teeth and stood up. Because his body was extremely weak, even this action was very difficult for him. "Come, help Tai clan's guests to their seats," Bai clan leader ordered. Tai Dao Ku sat down, his gaze fixed on the scene in the colorful smoke. He looked at Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing with a burning gaze, making it hard for others to look at him directly. The demonic Gu masters who escaped from Qingmao Mountain, are they the 2 of them? That explosive trap was set up by them? Young Master Tai Ao Tian's death, my current predicament, were caused by these 2 youngsters? Tai Dao Ku imprinted Fang and Bai's appearance and physique deeply in his mind. No, it might not be them. Maybe this is a misunderstanding. Tai Dao Ku quickly thought of another possibility. He was an upright person, and never killed the innocent. But no matter what, I have to confirm it personally. If not, I will go after the real culprit. If that's the case, then I'm going to cripple their apertures and chop them into pieces. Thinking of this, he said, 100 Clan's leader, the most important thing now is to capture these 2 thieves and save the 2 young masters of your clan. Tai clan hero, what do you have to teach me? Bai clan leader wanted to get some useful information from Tai Daoku's mouth, but she was destined to be disappointed. Tai Daoku shook his head and revealed a bitter smile. The atmosphere in the cave was tense. Back off. Do you want me to repeat myself? Fang Yuan sneered and threatened. Fang Jing, what are you doing? What's going on? Why did you kidnap the 2 young masters? Bai Lian, Bai Shangjing, and the others were all dumbfounded. They had originally thought that they would be able to find the spirit spring. However, everything had happened too quickly. No one had expected that Fang Yuan would suddenly launch an attack and kidnap the 2 young masters who were so close to him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All of a sudden, 3 figures appeared. Fang Zheng, you dare to kidnap our clan's young masters. Your audacity is unforgivable. Let go of the young masters and we will spare your life. Fang Zheng, let go of the young masters now and come back with us. We will send you off. The 3 elders spoke one after another, their expressions extremely ugly. They had strong cultivation and had been following and protecting this group. Now that they sensed the commotion, they rushed here first. You finally couldn't hold back and jumped out. Very good. Fang Yuan sneered. In his hands, the twins Bai Sheng and Bai Hua were struggling crazily. Evil thief, let go of us. If you kill me, you will die too. The 2 children shouted with difficulty. Their faces were flushed red. They were choked by Fang Yuan and could not breathe properly, gradually feeling suffocated. These 2 children would become rank 5 Gu masters in the future, the leaders of Bai clan, the twin stars of the righteous path. Unfortunately, right now, they had no strength to even truss a chicken and were being strangled by Fang Yuan. In just a moment, their eyes started to roll back and their auras weakened. Fang Zheng, don't make a mistake. Let go of the 2 young masters. We have given you the chance. As long as you let go of the young masters, our Bai clan will let you leave and will not stop you. What do you want? You want stone or Gu worms? The 3 elders were anxious, their eyes shining with ominous light as they were ready to make a move. Humph, wasn't my words clear enough? Get out of here, otherwise. Fang Yuan laughed malevolently and signaled Bai Ningbing with his gaze. Bai Ningbing understood and took out the chainsaw golden centipede. She injected her primeval essence into it, and the silver saw started to move crazily, making buzzing noises as it slowly moved towards Bai Hua's delicate arm. Let go of my sister. Let go, let go. Bai Sheng stared angrily as he shouted and struggled with all his might. But Fang Yuan used a bit of strength and his words were stuck in his throat. Don't be rash. Stop, stop. At this time, other Gu masters rushed over. Seeing this scene, everyone shouted and panicked. Fang Yuan laughed. I'll count to 3. If you don't leave this cave, your young master's arm will be gone. Everyone gritted their teeth, their eyes spewing fire, wishing they could chop Fang Yuan into pieces. Still not leaving? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows and raised his arm. Bai Hua and the chainsaw golden centipede got closer. Everyone screamed in shock. Oh my God. A young female Gu master covered her eyes. Leave, leave the cave. The clan elders shouted. They were afraid to take action and did not dare to gamble. The crowd slowly retreated, but before they left, they all glared at Fang and Bai. If looks could kill, then Fang Yuan would have been killed countless times already. If anger was like water, then Fang and Bai would have been swallowed by a tsunami. Everyone left the cave and Fang Yuan handed Bai Hua and Bai Sheng to Bai Ningbing, then looked around. The entire Baigu mountain had no rocks or soil. It was made of white bones. This cave was the same, a field of snow white. Around the cave walls, there were sharp bone spikes. These bone spikes looked no different from other caves. But in fact, if one observed carefully, they would find that these bone spikes were like spiral spears. They were different. This was the Spiral Bone Cave. It was also the entrance to Gray Bone Scholar's inheritance. Although there were many caves in Baigu Mountain, only this cave had such dense spiral bone spikes. Fang Yuan had never been to this inheritance before. But in his previous life, he had heard many rumors, and even Bai Shang and Bai Hua had personally confirmed it. I first entered the spiral bone cave, then I unexpectedly found a bone spike that could be twisted. This is the mechanism to open the entrance. Fang Yuan thought for a while, before starting to search for that special bone spike. There were thousands of bone spikes in this cave, but in Fang Yuan's previous life, Bai Hua had once revealed some details during a banquet. At that time, she was playing with her brother at the back of the mountain and saw a bone spike in the cave. It was extremely sturdy and had dense spiral patterns. She casually touched it and unexpectedly twisted it, opening the cave entrance. Fang Jing, you are already surrounded. You can't escape even if you have wings. Come out. In all fairness, our Bai clan has treated you well, but you are repaying our kindness with enmity. Fang Jing, let me give you a piece of advice. Leave some leeway for others. If anything happens to the two young masters, our Bai clan will do our best to take revenge. The cave was not deep, and many Gu masters' shouts could be heard from outside. Bai Hua started to sob softly. Bai Sheng said, Fang Jing, stop. Let us go. I can guarantee with my identity as a young master that you will leave safely. He was so young, and in such a dangerous situation, he was even calmer than an adult. From his body, the light of a future star was already shining. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear, but his eyes suddenly brightened. He took a step forward and stretched out his hand, placing it on a protruding and thick bone spike. Next, he lightly twisted it. Creak, with a loud sound, the bone spikes all shrunk, and the secret door opened from the side, revealing a cave entrance that was right in front of Fang Jing. Bai Ningbing's eyes brightened. Bai Hua stopped crying and stared blankly at this change. Ah, there is actually a cave here. Bai Sheng shouted. Shut up. Bai Ningbing struck the back of Bai Sheng's head with his hand, knocking him unconscious. He was purposely shouting to leave a clue for the people outside the cave. Sure enough, there was a commotion outside the cave. Cave entrance? Not good. They are trying to escape. Quickly chase. Fang Yuan growled. Whoever dares to enter the cave, I will kill Bai Sheng first. This voice immediately stopped the Bai clan Gu masters. Fang Yuan quickly walked into the cave, and Bai Ningbing knocked Bai Hua unconscious, carrying one in each hand and following closely behind. Stepping into this secret tunnel, it was bright inside, shining with a gentle white light. But in this cave, there were still bone spikes growing, like sharp spears, their roots piercing into the cave walls. These bone spears were densely packed, completely sealing the tunnel, leaving only some gaps, allowing Fang Yuan to vaguely see a large hall at the end of the tunnel. It seems this is the reason you came to Baigu Mountain. I will open the path. Bai Ningbing walked forward, wanting to use the chainsaw golden centipede, but was stopped by Fang Yuan. These bone spears are extremely hard. Don't be anxious. Fang Yuan searched around, and according to what Bai Hua had told him in his previous life, he found the shortest spiral bone spike and pulled it out. Crack, with the sound of a mechanism, the tunnel behind the two closed up, and at the same time, the densely packed bone spears in the tunnel shrunk back into the cave walls. All of a sudden, the road ahead became smooth and flat. Fang Yuan laughed and turned to Bai Ningbing. Welcome to Baigu Mountain. Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered, and she subconsciously turned around to look. The tunnel behind her was already completely closed. If the Bai Clan Gu masters wanted to chase them, they would at least have to open up this tunnel, and that would take some time. Bai Ningbing's lips curled up, showing an excited smile. Everything had become exciting. This was the kind of life that he had been pursuing. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Isu. Chapter 226. The secret passage was not long. Fang and Bai walked for a while and arrived at a large hall. The pure white hall was made of bones. In the center of the hall, there was a huge vat. The vat was filled with a white liquid that seemed to be milk, emitting a fragrant smell. Fang Yuan walked closer to the vat, and related memories surfaced in his mind. According to Bai Hua's description in his previous life, This vat should be connected to a spring. This spring was a milk spring. The spring water was like milk, tasting sweet and delicious. Not only was it a good drink, it was also nutritious. Children could grow up after drinking it, and the elderly could grow stronger after drinking it. Milk Spring was a specialty of Baigu Mountain. In Fong Yuan's previous life, after Bai clan moved here, they developed 5 milk springs. This made the milk spring a specialty of Bai clan, not only supplying themselves, but also being traded as a commodity, attracting many caravans to trade every year. There is a gu in this vat, Fong Yuan said, gesturing to Bai Ningbing with his gaze. According to his memories, there was no danger here. But Fong Yuan was a cautious person. After all, this was not his own experience. The information was all from hearsay. It was better to let someone else do the risky things. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, activating her defense and stretching out her hand like a vat. There are so many gu inside. Soon, her brows raised, showing a shocked expression. When she retracted her hand, Bai Ningbing's hand was already full of gu. These gu were the size of a person's index finger, completely white. One end was smooth, while the other was sharp, like a miniature spear. This was the bone spear gu. Although this gu is rank 1, there are too many of them. This vat is almost filled to the brim with them. Bai Ningbing said excitedly. Bone spear gu, similar to Guyue Village's Moonblade gu. It was the foundational item of this Bai gu inheritance. In his previous life, after Bai clan found this inheritance, most of the clan's gu masters were equipped with this gu. The bone spear gu became a specialty of Bai clan's gu masters. Look around again. There should be rank 2 gu in this vat. Fong Yuan stood at the side, his expression calm. Bai Ningbing searched a few times, finally finding rank 2 gu. This gu was similar to the bone spear gu, but the surface of the bone spear had spiral markings. Spiral bone spear gu. This gu was the evolution of the bone spear gu. When it was shot, its attack power was higher and had more penetrative force than the bone spear gu. In the vat, the bone spear gu occupied the majority, only a small portion was the spiral bone spear. This way, I finally have a regular and stable attacking method. Fong Yuan held a spiral bone spear gu as he thought. The charred thunder potato gu was very unstable and needed to be planted on the ground. If others did not step on it, it would be a white seed. If it was a gu master with a terrible memory, forgetting the location where they planted the charred thunder potato gu would bring disaster upon themselves. Moreover, the charred thunder potato gu's usage was restricted. It must be used in the soil. The more fertile the soil, the better. As for a special place like Baigu Mountain, the charred thunder potato gu could not be used. Otherwise, Fong Yuan wouldn't mind laying 1 or 2 more traps. A pity there is no rank 3 gu. Bai Ningbing was rather regretful. She chose a spiral bone spear gu and placed it in her pocket, planning to refine it later. But this kind of rank 2 gu, to her, was a novelty. In a real battle, it would not be able to display the strength of a rank 3 gu master. Seeing that there was no danger in the vat, Fong Yuan started to move. He fished out the gu worms by the handful, and relying on the spring-autumn cicada's aura, he spat out his primeval essence and instantly refined them. You are. Bai Ningbing was tongue-tied. In just a short period of time, Fong Yuan had already refined tins of gu worms, and he was still continuing. Because of the spring-autumn cicada, he could instantly refine them. And because of his aptitude and heavenly essence treasure lotus, his primeval essence recovery speed was faster than the refining speed, causing him to move non-stop. This was like a crazy performance. In Fong Yuan's aperture, there were 200 bone spear gu and over 20 spiral bone spear gu. Refining gu had always been a difficult task for gu masters. Although Bai Ningbing had seen Fong Yuan instantly refine gu a few times, it had never been as visually impactful as this time. In Fong Yuan's hands, refining gu was like eating and drinking. No, it was as easy as winking his hand. It was simply too easy. What kind of trump card does he have? Bai Ningbing was extremely bewildered. At this moment, Fong Yuan's image in her heart became even more profound and unfathomable. But on the surface, she curled her lips and said calmly, "You have so many gu at once. Can you raise them all?" Fong Yuan laughed. Of course not. Bone spear gu and spiral bone spear gu, they both fed on milk. Thus, they were raised in this milk vat. Don't look at how the milk spring water was full, but the consumption was huge. It was because the bottom of the vat was connected to a spring, thus it was like this. If Fang Yuan wanted to raise so many gu, he would have to have a milk spring of his own. Although I can't raise them all, I like to bring as many as possible. Otherwise, those Bai clan people would benefit from it. Fang Yuan laughed and pointed at the vat. All right, you can destroy the rest of the gu. There were too many gu in the vat, although Fang Yuan had refined a lot. Considering his rank 1 aperture's endurance, there were still quite a few left. A moment later, Bai Ningbing looked at the ground full of gu corpses with a complex expression. She was extremely clear of the huge value of these gu. Destroying them was like destroying a small mountain of yuan stone. Even Bai Ningbing felt heartache. However, if they were left behind, they would be taken by Bai clan. Rather than giving resources to the enemy, it was better to destroy them. The two left this hall and followed another secret passage, entering the second bone hall. In the center of the hall, there were 3 white bone pillars. At the top of the pillars, there was a carving of a human hand. Only the flesh was shaved off, leaving only the bones. In the hands of the white bone men, there was a gu worm. 3 pillars, there were 3 gu worms in deep slumber. Fang and Bai walked closer. The surface of the pillars were carved with words. It was an explanation of these 3 gu worms. Rib shield gu, flying bone shield gu, arm bone wings gu. Bai Ningbing's gaze swept across as she mumbled. Soon, her gaze focused on a line of words. Choose one of the 3, satisfied. By gu mountain inheritance, left for future generations. The meaning was clear, they could only choose 1 gu worm. This opportunity would be given to the fated person in the future. Rib shield gu master could grow 2 rows of ribs to protect their chest. It had outstanding defense. It was a rank 3 gu worm. Its advantage was, apart from the initial growth stage, it required large amounts of primeval essence. After that, it could be maintained without primeval essence. Similar to the heavenly essence treasure lotus, after refinement, it could be used without the need to pour primeval essence. Flying bone shield gu, after use, could form 3 spinning bone shields. The surface area was small, floating around the gu master. Arm bone wings gu, on the other hand, grew a pair of bone wings on the forearm. Flapping the bone wings could slightly increase movement speed. The most important thing was the increase in attack speed. Rib shield gu can be used with his carapace gu, forming a front and back defense. But the carapace gu is destined to be eliminated by me. With only 1 rib shield, the area of defense is too small. I have the jumping grass and am not specialized in fighting, so the arm bone wings gu will not be of much use. Fang Yuan thought for a while, choosing the flying bone shield gu. He crushed his hand bone, refining the flying bone shield gu and keeping it in his aperture. As for the other 2 gu worms, they did not move. This was a righteous inheritance, testing the fated person's ability to control themselves. If they really could not control their greed and desire, and took the 3 gu worms, the secret passage would change. Although there would not be any sinister traps, the gains would be greatly reduced. Righteous inheritances were different from demonic inheritances. Normally speaking, they were designed with benevolence in mind. If the gu master was fated to meet them, there would be gains. The only difference was the amount of gains. Bai Ningbing saw that Fang Yuan did not move, and did not dare to move, afraid of any traps. The 2 followed the secret passage, entering the 3rd hall. There were no other secret passages in this hall, and a human skeleton was sitting cross-legged on the wall. In front of the human skeleton, there was a large book. This book was made from bones. It was an arm's length, half an arm's width, and 8 inches thick. Fang Yuan motioned for Bai Ningbing to pick it up, and seeing that there was no danger, he took it. This book was named Gray Bone Book by the Bai clan siblings in his previous life. Inside, there were many gu refinement recipes, and at the same time, the owner of this inheritance, Gray Bone Scholar's life experiences, as well as the reason for establishing this inheritance and so on. Fang Yuan flipped it open, and it was indeed so. This was a genuine righteous inheritance. At the end of the book, it said, "This skeleton is the Gray Bone Scholar himself. If the fated person has the heart, they can pay their respects and kowtow 3 times. After paying their respects, they can split open the skull of the skeleton and see a goo. This goo is Gray Bone Scholar's vital goo. If the person obtains it, they will benefit the world and uphold justice, and so on. Fang Yuan smiled at this and handed the Gray Bone Book to Bai Ningbing. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. This was a genuine kowtow. His forehead touched the hard ground, and 3 muffled thuds could be heard. Bai Ningbing was astonished to think that Fang Yuan had such a side. After Fang Yuan finished kowtowing, he stood up, but there was no movement in the hall. He did not mind it and smiled slightly. There were no other secret passages in this hall, but it was not the end. This place tested the person's nature. If they were pure and kind and knew gratitude, they would definitely kowtow. If he knocked his head on the ground 3 times, a new secret passage would be revealed. But this was only 1 layer. If they not only kowtowed, but also remained motionless in front of the skeleton, showing respect to the senior's corpse, a 2nd secret passage would appear. In my previous life, Bai Shang and Bai Hua both kowtowed, but Bai Hua was afraid of pain and did not make a sound. It was this Bai Shang who activated the 1st layer of mechanism. But Bai Shang wanted to open the skull to take the goo, but was stopped by Bai Hua, who wanted to leave the senior alone. Thus, Bai Hua activated the 2nd layer of mechanism. Fang Yuan's imagination ran wild, and he looked at Bai Hua and Bai Shang. They were still unconscious in Bai Ningbing's hands. Bai Ningbing also looked at these 2 and sighed. It seems that we will have to rely on these 2 to protect ourselves. But I am very curious. What is this Gray Bone Scholar's vital goo? Let's open the skull and take the goo. Fang Yuan shook his head. This is the ingenuity of this place's design. Curiosity can make people imagine the goo in the skull very beautifully, and it will be even more tempting than seeing the real thing. Don't be anxious. He had just finished speaking when a part of the bone wall shrunk and slid open, revealing a new secret passage. I see. Bai Ningbing seemed to have understood something and was about to make a move, but was stopped by Fang Yuan. Although this passage is correct, it is not the most valuable one. Let's wait a while more. The waiting time was the longest, especially Fang and Bai, who were still being chased by Bai clan. After waiting for a few minutes, Bai Ningbing gradually became anxious. Another secret door slid open, and the secret passage quietly appeared. Haha, this is it. Fang Yuan laughed loudly and walked forward, raising his leg and stepping on Gray Bone Scholar's corpse. With the appearance of this secret passage, this corpse was useless. Fang Yuan took out a goo from the skull. It was a rank 3 bone spike goo. Chapter 227. Boom. With an explosion, the smoke and dust dispersed, revealing a cave entrance. There really is a cave entrance. No wonder they disappeared. They must have entered this cave. Strange. Why is there a mechanism here? Ah, clan leader is here. When Bai clan leader arrived at the scene, she just happened to see everyone breaking the wall and revealing the secret tunnel. This should be an inheritance ground. Tai Dao Ku, who came along, deduced with just one glance. So it was like this. It seems these 2 thieves' true destination is here. Bai clan leader gritted her teeth, her eyes shining with a cold light. Such good acting skills. On the way here, she recalled the scenes of these days. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She was actually tricked by these 2 youngsters. The Grand Bai clan leader and her clansmen all fell in the hands of these 2 juniors. If this spread, it would be a huge blow to Bai clan's reputation. Junior did not handle the matter well and did not protect the 2 young masters. Clan leader, please punish us. Bai Lian, Bai Shangjing, and the rest were extremely nervous as they knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Get up, all of you. You're acting on my orders. If you want to blame someone, blame those 2 thieves for being too cunning. Bai clan leader's words made Bai Lian, and the rest let out a sigh of relief. These days, you were together with these 2 thieves? Did you really not see any flaws? Tai Dao Ku asked. The 3 young girls stood up with complex expressions on their faces. This was especially true for Bai Lian. She had initially thought that Fang and Bai were merely playthings in her hands, but to think she was tricked by them first. There were no flaws. These 2 are too good at pretending. Now that I think about it, They were using our Bai clan. They are really cunning and sinister. The three young girls shook their heads, answering Tai Daoku. On the way, Tai Daoku got a rough idea from Bai clan leader. Of course, the matter of the Bai clan spirit spring was not leaked. This means these two thieves' true goal is to find this place. With their strength, they are not enough to roam around Baigu Mountain. Thus, they borrowed your Bai clan strength. Tai Daoku analyzed as if there was no one else around. Hearing his words, the Bai clan Gu master's expressions turned unsightly. It was indeed so. In the past few days, in order to open a path in White Bones Mountain, they had sacrificed a lot and paid a huge price. But in the end, it was paving the way for Fong and Bai. Damn it! If these two thieves were to fall into my hands, I would definitely chop them into pieces. Patriarch, let us attack. I'm going to kill these two bastards to avenge this humiliation. For a moment, everyone in the cave was furious. Bai clan leader looked around and nodded. How could she not want to kill Fong and Bai? As the mother of Bai Sheng and Bai Hua, she could not wait to appear in front of her children. The morale of the army was at its peak. The 100 Clans clan leader looked at the last elder who volunteered. Then order your men to move out. We must open up this secret passage. Yes, the elder replied in a low voice, accepting the order. Slow down. This secret passage is filled with jagged bone spikes and is completely sealed. How did those two thieves get in? There must be a trap somewhere. Let me test it out. Tai Daoku stood up and raised an objection. The elder who received the order stared. The situation is urgent. The two young masters are in grave danger. How long are we going to wait to find the trap? Bone spike goo. Fong Yuan held this goo and played with it. This goo was like a cactus, fist-sized, with needle-like bone spikes on its surface. Holding it in his hand, it was somewhat heavy. This goo was a rank 3 goo, typically harming the enemy by 1,000 and the user by 800. Because when a goo master uses it, the bones in their body will mutate, producing sharp and hard bone spikes. To use these bone spikes against the enemy, these bone spikes must first pierce through the goo master's skin and flesh. Pain was secondary, but if there was no corresponding healing goo, it would be terrible. The enemy might not die, but the user would be heavily injured after using the bone spike goo. What goo is this? Bai Ningbing looked over curiously, but after hearing Fong Yuan's introduction, she lost interest. It was not because she was afraid of pain, but because she had already used the ice muscles goo. Right now, her skin had been permanently transformed into ice muscles by the ice muscles goo. Not only did it have defensive properties, it could also stop sweat and stop bleeding. If Bai Ningbing used this bone spike goo, the bone spikes would first break the ice muscles, and it would not be worth it for her. Fong Yuan did not have much interest in this bone spike goo, but it was still a rank 3 goo. Thus, after refining it, Fong Yuan kept it in his aperture. Let's go. Fong Yuan chose the last hidden door. Bai Ningbing was still leading the way. After entering the door, there was a flight of gray bones that extended downwards. This flight of stairs was long, at least 1,000 meters. Halfway down, the surrounding light gradually dimmed, and the stairs became narrower. Almost in the darkness, Fong and Bai reached the end of the stairs. A tightly shut door appeared in front of them. On the door, there were 4 words, Flesh Sack Secret Pavilion. These bones are really fucking hard. The Bai clan elder wiped the sweat off his forehead and cursed. 15 minutes had passed, but only half of the secret passage had been opened. These uneven and densely packed bone spikes looked no different from the rocks of Baigu Mountain. But only when one truly attacked them would one discover that these bones were shockingly hard. Bai clan leader's expression was not good either. The more time passed, the more danger her 2 children would be in. In the past quarter of an hour, the mother felt like a century of suffering. But as the clan leader, she had to remain calm. At least on the surface, she had to set an example and bring confidence to her clansmen. Crack. Suddenly, a soft sound was heard as the mechanism activated, and the remaining bone spikes suddenly retracted back into the cave wall. Everyone was stunned and looked towards the culprit. Tai Daoku rubbed his chin and analyzed. This mechanism is quite ingenious. Previously, to open the cave, one needed to twist the spiral bone spikes. This left a deep impression on everyone. Before coming to this secret passage, people would often twist the spiral bone spikes around them based on their previous impressions. Unfortunately, to close this mechanism, one needs to pull the spiral bone spikes. For a moment, everyone was speechless. The elder who had received the order earlier had a red face, looking embarrassed and embarrassed. After this secret passage, Clan's group arrived at the first hall. Many people were stupefied. They saw a ground full of dismembered corpses. These were the results of Bai Ningbing crushing the goo worms in the large vat. This should be bone spear goo and spiral bone spear goo. Immediately, an elder recognized this goo. This is indeed an inheritance ground. This is the first time I have experienced something like this. Someone was excited. Look, there is a large vat in the center. What is inside the vat? Someone was curious. Other than milk spring water, there was nothing left in the vat. Clan's group was disappointed and angry. These two thieves are too ruthless. Nothing was left behind. Damn it, they are simply devoid of conscience. So many goo worms, and they've all been crushed. Many people cursed in pain, feeling indignant. Even the elder's eyes were filled with regret. Let's go. The earlier we catch them, the less our losses will be. Tai Dao Ku's words made everyone's eyes brighten. With this stimulation, everyone's morale rose even higher, wishing they could immediately appear in front of Fong and Bai. Everyone arrived at the second hall and saw the 3 stone pillars. There are goo worms left behind. The goo master at the front cheered in joy. Clan leader, please take a look. Soon, the arm bone wings and the rib shield appeared in front of clan leader. Clan leader only glanced at them before instructing someone to keep them, without any joy in her heart. Compared to goo worms, she was more concerned about her children's safety. Did you see? The 2 goo worms just now were both rank 3 goo worms. This inheritance is really worth looking forward to. Fortune lies within misfortune, and misfortune lies within fortune. These words are indeed true. Everyone was either deeply moved or shocked. Don't you find it strange? Why did they leave these goo behind? Tai Dao Ku, on the other hand, had a clear view of the situation and felt something was wrong. Choose one of the 3, satisfied. Goo Mountain inheritance, left for future generations. Soon, someone discovered the words carved on the stone pillars. It seems this is not a demonic inheritance. I'm afraid it was left behind by a righteous path figure. Heh, satisfied. But we are not satisfied at all. Let's go, let's go. Let's save the 2 young masters, then we can go sightseeing. Everyone urged each other and arrived at the 3rd hall. A cross-legged skeleton and a giant bone book appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Gray Bone Scholar. So it was this senior. An elder opened the huge book and realized this was indeed a righteous inheritance. Clan leader's tightly furrowed brows relaxed a little. This was the first good news she had heard so far. Righteous inheritances were usually gentle, unlike demonic inheritances that were sinister. Tai Dao Ku's brows, however, gradually furrowed. He felt that something was wrong. The words carved on the stone pillars made him feel indescribably worried. Everyone split open the skull of the skeleton and picked it up. It was a bone spike goo. Next, a stone wall slid open and a new secret passage appeared. Everyone entered in a line. Flesh Sack Secret Chamber. Bai Ningbing mumbled, trying to push open the door. The door was not locked, so it was easily opened. Behind the door was a secret room. It was not big, but it was very strange. The walls of the secret room were all made of flesh. Fong and Bai walked in and felt like they had entered the stomach of a monster. The flesh walls were warm and pulsated rhythmically, as if there was a heart hidden inside. As if sensing that someone had entered, the flesh walls suddenly cracked open, revealing mouthfuls of white teeth. Bai Ningbing was shocked. The flesh walls seemed to have countless large mouths. The mouths were wide open, revealing a mouthful of even teeth, tightly clenched. The idiom grimacing in pain was the most suitable to describe it. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Hee hee. These mouths let out all kinds of laughter. The laughter mixed together and reverberated in this narrow secret chamber, making people's hearts palpitate. Chapter 228. The strange flesh sac secret chamber. The surrounding flesh walls were filled with mouths. The mouths opened one after another, revealing a row of tightly closed white teeth. Not only that, these mouths also let out a strange laughter, making people shudder. Fang Yuan patted by Ning Bing's shoulder. This is the effect of flesh smile goo, similar to earth treasury flour. It is used to store goo worms. There is no need to worry. While speaking, a mouth suddenly had all its teeth fall off, and a bright red tongue stretched out from it. The tongue was very long, over a meter long. After the tongue stretched out, the tip of the tongue opened up, revealing a book. This was also a bone book, but it was many times smaller than the previous gray bone book. It was quite pocket-sized, only half the size of an adult's palm. Fang Yuan took it and looked at it. The content of the book was, since the successor can reach here, it proves that they have a pure character and are qualified to inherit my true inheritance. I have two identities. One is called Gray Bone Scholar. The other is called Flesh Bone Master. This flesh sac secret chamber contains many goo worms. If the successor is fated, they can casually knock on the teeth. If their luck is good, they can open the teeth and take out the sleeping goo worm. This is purely a test of luck. Fang Yuan saw this and understood. Bai Hua in his previous life did not explain this checkpoint in detail. Fang Yuan could only try randomly. The first to succeed was not him, but Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing bent her index finger and lightly knocked on the teeth. These teeth were like musical instruments. Every time they were knocked, a clear and melodious sound could be heard. She knocked randomly, and the laughter of this mouth stopped abruptly. All the teeth fell off, and a bright red tongue stretched out, revealing a goo. What goo is this? Seeing this goo, Bai Ning Bing's face showed a surprised expression mixed with a strange one. This goo had a peculiar shape, like a set of fake teeth. Pure white teeth lined up on top and bottom, extremely neat and clean, emitting a pearl-like luster. Fang Yuan looked at it and showed a joyful expression. Not bad. This is the famous rank 3 healing goo, flesh bone. Raise the dead. Flesh bone. Bai Ning Bing muttered. Among the rank 4 healing goo worms, the publicly recognized number 1 was raised dead goo. Even if a goo master died, as long as it did not exceed 14 hours and their body was intact, this goo could be used to revive them. But this goo could only be found and not sought. It was too rare. Moreover, it was a one-time consumable item that had a price, but no supply. Fleshbone was a rank 3 goo worm, but it was not an expendable goo and could be used repeatedly. It was often used together with raised dead goo. If the goo master's corpse was not complete, fleshbone could be used to regrow the flesh and blood. He then used dead man goo to revive him. In history, this kind of combination was not uncommon. Many big shots benefited from this, including rank 9 immortal venerables and demon venerables. This was Fang Yuan's ideal healing goo. Fang Yuan had been searching bitterly for so many days, and he finally got his wish at this moment. Hee, you want it? You can use the yang goo to exchange for it. Bai Ning Bing held the goo in her hand, smiling proudly. Fang Yuan snorted. Do you think I'm an idiot? Bai Ning Bing's smile vanished, her gaze turning cold. As long as you give me the yang goo, we can cooperate sincerely. Fang Yuan, I have followed you for so long, you know my patience is limited. I am no longer afraid of death. At most we will die together. Of course you are not afraid of death, but do you think I will be afraid? Fang Yuan sneered. He had already expected such a scene, thus he was not surprised. Bai Ning Bing retracted her gaze, looking at the flesh bone in her hand, her lips curling. Maybe killing you is not a bad choice. Look, you are only rank 1, but you can instantly refine a goo worm, and even heavenly essence treasure lotus. Other than these, if I kill you, I can at least take this inheritance for myself. Thinking about it, it really makes my heart beat faster. Bai Ning Bing's words were full of threat. Take it for myself? Hee, you seem to have forgotten about the Bai clan behind us? Maybe they are already walking on the stone steps outside the secret pavilion. Without me, do you know where to go from here? This inheritance seems to be a straight line on the surface, but it is actually divided into many paths. I am indeed unable to defeat you for now, but you are too naive to want to kill me and take my treasures. Do you think I will give you the chance to take away the Yanggu? If you don't believe me, you can try. Saying so, Fang Yuan turned around and started tapping his teeth. Actually, after arriving here, he did not know where to go from here. There were no other paths in this secret pavilion. Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan, completely exposing his back to her, not putting up any defenses at all. It was as if she could kill him with just a slight movement. But even so, Bai Ningbing did not dare to act rashly. Every word Fang Yuan said touched her heart. Without Fang Yuan, what should she do next? Going back the way she came was definitely a dead end. Bai Ningbing squinted her eyes. For a moment she even thought, was Bai Clan's pursuit also a trap set up by Fang Yuan, creating external pressure to restrain her killing intent because of benefits? Until now, Bai Ningbing was still in a daze. She did not understand. Why was Bai Clan so cooperative, escorting Fang Yuan all the way here? In fact, ever since she was controlled by Fang Yuan, she had been worried. The Yanggu was in Fang Yuan's hands. She was afraid that Fang Yuan would use it to threaten her. Although Fang Yuan said that when his cultivation reached rank 3, he would hand the Yanggu over to her. But what kind of person was Fang Yuan? Bai Ningbing could not be clearer. To him, going back on his words was a common occurrence, as natural as eating and drinking. Rather than trusting Fang Yuan, it would be better to just knock your head against the wall and die. Since there was no need to give an example, let's give an example around us. That pitiful Bai Clan leader was a strong woman, an elite and wise woman. But after she believed Fang Yuan, what kind of outcome did she end up in? Fang Yuan was too good at acting. Bai Ningbing shuddered when she recalled the scene of Fang Yuan crying at the banquet. This was a genuine crafty old fox. There were even a few of them who purposely glanced at Bai Lian, setting up a trap for the Bai Clan to happily step into it. She still remembered Bai Lian's shocked and dazed expression when Fang Yuan made things difficult for her. What Bai Ningbing was most worried about now was that even if Fang Yuan cultivated to rank 3, he would not hand over the Yanggu to her. The possibility of this was quite high. Right now, I am rank 3, and he is still rank 1. I still have some initiative. In the future, when he cultivates to rank 3 or even higher, wouldn't I be under his control and become his chess piece? Bai Ningbing's anxiety intensified, especially after Fang Yuan used the green copper relic goo and broke through to rank 1 upper stage. Bai Ningbing was anxious, but there were many people who were even more anxious than her, even to the point of being irritable. What is going on? A group of people stood at the entrance of the inheritance passage, looking at the scenery before them. Their expressions were extremely ugly. They hurried along the way, passing through several bone halls and gaining some gains, but did not encounter Fang and Bai. Finally, they walked out of the secret passage and arrived outside the mountain. As expected, Tai Daoku suddenly heaved a long sigh. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Why does Brother Tai say that? Bai Clan leader immediately asked. If it was in the past, with her shrewdness, she would have already known the answer. But now that her son and daughter were kidnapped, the longer this dragged on, the more her heart was in a mess. This Baigu Mountain inheritance looks like a straight path, but there are actually many side paths, like this branch in my hand. He casually broke off a branch from a bone tree beside him. For the first part of the journey, we went through it together with them, thus we could see the traces they left behind. But after that, we went to a side path, while they went to another side path. Do you still remember the second hall? There were 3 stone pillars there, and I suspect there are traps on the stone pillars. We entered the third hall and saw Grey Bone Scholar's skeleton. But clearly, this skeleton was not touched by anyone. The crucial point is the secret passage after the second hall. Before Tai Daoku finished speaking, Bai Clan leader shouted coldly, "Let's go back." Time continued to pass. Fang Yuan wished he could extend time by 50 to 60 times. He knew Baigu Mountain's inheritance could at most deceive them for a while. When Bai Clan's Gu masters realized the truth behind the layout, they would be in danger. But unfortunately, he did not know where to go from here. There were no other passages in the secret chamber. Going back was definitely out of the question. Even if Bai Clan's group entered the side path, they would definitely arrange people at the exit. Don't tell me, this secret chamber is already the end? Bai Hua and Bai Sheng's Gu worms were all obtained from these mouths? No, in my previous life. The rumors said that after Bai Hua and Bai Sheng passed the inheritance, they finally arrived at a remote cliff in Baigu Mountain. This rumor was also publicly acknowledged by Bai clan. Maybe the mechanism to open the secret passage is in one of these mouths? Thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. There was not much time left. Bai Ningbing was muddle-headed and did not know the details, only thinking that Fang Yuan had some arrangements. But Fang Yuan knew their situation was getting more and more dangerous. This door did not have any effect in blocking enemies. Maybe at the next moment, the furious Bai clan Gu masters would break the door and enter. At that time, I can only rely on Bai Hua and Bai Sheng, these two protective talismans. But this layer of protection is not very reliable. There are too many wondrous Gu worms in this world. Many of them can cause dizziness, hypnosis, paralysis, and other control effects. Bai clan is a grand clan. They definitely have such methods. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but look at Bai Hua and Bai Sheng. The twins were lying on the floor, still in a comatose state. Got it. Fang Yuan suddenly had an idea. He decided to wake these two children. First, time was pressing. He needed more manpower. Secondly, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua were the true owners of Baigu Mountain's inheritance arranged by fate. Moreover, they were mortals. He did not need to worry about them causing any trouble. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took a step forward and raised his leg, kicking towards the siblings. Chapter 229. Bam, bam, bam. With the explosions, the bone walls collapsed, and new paths appeared in front of everyone. Destruction was much easier than construction. Especially this inheritance, there was no one in charge. There is news from the front. The fifth path has been explored, but no target was found. Reporting to clan leader, after entering the sixth path, I found a white bone hall. There's a skeleton inside, as well as a huge book made of bones. Reporting, the seventh path also has a hall with a similar layout. There is a seated skeleton and a bone book. Reporting, we found the eighth path. Explore again. Bai clan leader's expression was gloomy. In front of her, there was a stack of white bone books. There were 7 of them stacked together. This kind of design is really well thought out of people's minds. When a Gu master finds a skeleton and a bone book, they will subconsciously misunderstand. They think they have inherited the entire inheritance, but in fact, the gray bone scholar has fallen into many similar halls. The true treasure is still hidden in one of the side paths. Tai Dao Ku sighed. Bai clan leader's brows furrowed even more. The situation had become complicated. She was not worried that Fang and Bai would go back, because she had already arranged a large number of people at the entrance as insurance. What she was worried about now was that Fang and Bai would escape from one of the side paths. After all, she could only control the entrance, but not the countless exits. But at this time, a Gu master ran over with an excited expression. We found it. We found a white bone hall on the 8th path. The skeleton inside has been crushed, and the Gu worms in the skull have been taken away. This must be their path. Tai Dao Ku's spirit was roused. Lead the way. Bai clan leader immediately moved. A moment later, a group of people rushed to the hall. Why are there 2 secret paths? An elder was shocked. Which path did those 2 demonic scoundrels take? Forget it. We will split up. Once we catch up to them, we need to protect our clan's young master. The stone steps leading to Flesh Sack's secret chamber were so different, attracting Bai clan leader, Tai Dao Ku and most of the elders. Flesh Sack's secret chamber? Soon, everyone reached the end of the stone steps. Bam! The door was smashed into pieces, and everyone swarmed in. However, the secret pavilion was empty. Hee hee hee. Ha ha ha. Hee hee hee. The countless mouths on the wall let out noisy laughter. What the hell are these? Laughing meat goo, specially used to store treasures. These mouths are like drawers. This mouth is so wide open. Looks like they went in. The 100 Clans clan leader swept her gaze around, then stared coldly at the only secret room in the secret pavilion. You all stay here. The rest of you, follow me. A moment ago, in the same secret pavilion, as soon as Bai Sheng woke up, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. If you don't want to die, then stand up. After that, a cold voice resounded in his ears. Bai Shang had a deep impression of this voice. The owner of this voice had deceived the entire clan and kidnapped him. What Guyue clan's young clan head? It was probably a lie. Liar, villain, devil. Even though he was cursing in his heart, Bai Shang still obeyed and obediently got up from the ground. He found himself in an extremely strange place. The flesh walls were filled with mouths, and noisy laughter lingered in his ears. Flesh smile, Gu? He blurted out, thinking of the records in the book. Little guy, you are so young, but you have a lot of knowledge. Fong Yuan laughed. In the rumors of his previous life, it was said that the Bai siblings were talented and intelligent, especially the elder brother Bai Shang, who had great wisdom despite his young age and almost had photographic memory. Now that he could recognize such an unorthodox flesh smile Gu, it seemed the rumors were not groundless. You too. Bai Shang gritted his teeth, staring at Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing with intense hatred in his eyes. Big brother. Bai Hua was also kicked awake by Fong Yuan and ran to Bai Shang's side crying. Bai Shang quickly protected his sister behind him. What a deep sibling relationship. Bai Ningbing laughed lightly. You vicious woman. You are so beautiful, but your heart is as vicious as a scorpion. Bai Shang scolded without fear. The smile on Bai Ningbing's face disappeared. Bai Shang's words deeply hurt her. Woman, beautiful. She did not want to hear any of these words. Slap, slap, slap. She walked forward, grabbed Bai Shang, and slapped him 3 times. She had the strength of a crocodile, and although she held back most of her strength, Bai Shang's cheeks immediately became red and swollen after the slap. Vicious woman, evil woman. Kill me if you have the guts. But Bai Shang was still cursing. Slap, slap, slap. Bai Ningbing slapped him 3 more times. Sob, 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 let go of my brother. I beg you, let go of my brother. Bai Hua hugged Bai Ningbing's leg, crying and begging for mercy. Sister, don't beg her, Bai Shang said with difficulty. Fong Yuan sighed and walked forward, grabbing Bai Hua's collar. The little girl was lifted by Fong Yuan, crying in fear. Bai Shang was no longer unyielding and anxiously shouted, Evil thief, let go of my sister. Fong Yuan stretched out his other hand, tightly pinching Bai Hua's face, and said slowly, You're so noisy. Do you believe that I won't cut off your tongues if you scream one more time? I'll start with your tongue, okay? The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile, and a cold light flickered in his eyes, filled with killing intent. Bai Hua was so scared that she did not dare to cry anymore, and tears welled up in her eyes. Bai Shang opened his mouth to speak, but when he was glanced at by Fong Yuan, his heart suddenly palpitated, and he closed his mouth. That's right. Cooperate with me obediently, and maybe I'll let you live. Fong Yuan was still smiling. Bai Ningbing curled her lips, but Fong Yuan immediately added, I'm serious. I don't dare to go against your mother, and capturing you is only for our own safety. If you're obedient, we'll let you go. Of course, if you don't cooperate, I don't mind cutting off your tongues, or a few fingers to play with. Then what do you want us to do? Bai Shang took a deep breath. He was not afraid of the cold Bai Ningbing, but he was afraid of the smiling Fong Yuan. Do you see these mouths on the wall? Fong Yuan's smile became even wider. He introduced them and let the brother and sister knock their teeth. Just a moment later, Bai Hua let out a cry of shock. In front of her, a mouth opened and a bright red tongue stretched out, revealing a quail egg-sized bone ball. The surface of the ball was covered with black and white stripes, making Fong Yuan think of an animal on Earth, zebra. Fong Yuan took 2 steps forward and took this goo in his hand, and his brows shone with pleasant surprise. If he was not wrong, this should be a movement-type goo, called footless bird. This goo could only be used once, but its body was huge, and it could carry a person and travel tens of thousands of miles in a day. This was like giving a pillow when one was sleepy. Fong Yuan was still worrying about how to escape, but to think that Bai Hua would give him a footless bird. However, the surprise was just the beginning. After a while, Bai Sheng also had some gains. He opened his teeth, and his tongue stuck out, revealing a bone. This bone was round at both ends and long in the middle. Its whole body was green, like a jade stone. Jade bone goo. Fang Yuan took it and immediately refined it, storing it in his aperture. This time, it was Bai Ningbing's turn to be envious. Jade bone goo could modify a goo master's bones, turning them into a jade-like texture, becoming harder and more pliable. This effect was permanent, similar to black and white boar goo and crocodile strength goo. More importantly, jade bone goo and ice muscles goo were used together and had the best effect. Bai Ningbing already had ice muscles, and if she had jade bones, it would be ice muscles jade bones. The two effects would affect each other and have a stacking effect. But this jade bone goo was a one-time consumable goo. It also had a weakness, and that was, it would bring extreme pain to the goo master. Many goo masters did not have strong willpower and would die from the pain after using the jade bone goo. You want it? You can use flesh bone to exchange for it. Fang Yuan laughed. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, but did not speak. She turned her head away and continued to knock her teeth. But this action was purely based on luck. There were 10 teeth on each side of the mouth, and she had to knock at least 5 of them in the correct order to make all the teeth fall out. Other than the first time, Bai Ningbing had no other gains. As for Fang Yuan, it was even worse. But after a while, Bai Hua and Bai Sheng, this pair of siblings, had a pleasant surprise. Bai Hua knocked her teeth out, and Fang Yuan obtained an iron bone goo. Meanwhile, the mouth that 100 lives had opened gradually expanded, forming a new secret passage. The siblings' good luck made Bai Ningbing inwardly exclaim. She did not know that this pair of siblings were the original owners of this inheritance. Fate was a mysterious and mystical power. Especially in this world, some extremely rare goo worms contained fragments of the law of fate, allowing some lucky goo masters to grasp a trace of the power of fate. Since the new secret tunnel had appeared, Fang Yuan naturally did not want to stay any longer. Bai clan goo masters could come at any time, and these goo worms were stored in the mouth and were very sturdy and hard to destroy. He could only leave them for them. Fang Yuan knocked Bai Sheng and Bai Hua unconscious again, and carried one in each hand, following Bai Ningbing into the giant mouth. Walking through this secret tunnel, the two arrived at a large hall. This was the widest bone hall that Fang and Bai had ever seen. Just the area alone was more than 6 mu. In the center of the hall, there was a white bone pyramid. The top of the pyramid was shaved into a platform, and there were stairs on both sides leading to the platform above. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other. Other than this white bone pyramid, there was nothing else in the hall. After probing for a while and confirming there was no danger, the two arrived at the platform at the top of the pyramid. On the platform, there was a huge sculpture of a fierce beast's skull, about half the height of a human, resembling a lion or a tiger, and its fangs were tightly shut. Chapter 230. A skull sculpture shaped like a lion and tiger. Isn't this the rumored mechanism that requires 2 people to work together? A thought immediately flashed through Fang Yuan's mind. There are even words carved on the sculpture's fangs. Bai Ningbing made a new discovery. She read the words in a low voice. Gemini with 1 heart, 3 spirits unite. Fated or not, don't force it. What does this mean? This is the password to activate the mechanism here. Gemini means that 2 people must work together to activate the mechanism. 3 spirits respectively refer to a person's heart, palm, and eyes. Fang Yuan recalled. The most dexterous of the 4 limbs was the palm. The most agile of the 5 senses were the eyes, and a person's thoughts were as fast as lightning. They were the most agile. Therefore, they were collectively known as the 3 spirits. Come, place your palm on the sculpture's pupil. In the eye sockets of the skull sculpture, there was a pair of sparkling and translucent rubies. The rubies were as big as bowls, reflecting Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's figures. But when Fang and Bai placed their palms on the ruby pupil, they didn't move for a long time. Hee, what you said makes sense, but it turns out to be wrong. Bai Ningbing didn't let go of any chance to mock Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression darkened. In his memories from his past life, Bai Hua had emphasized on describing this mechanism. Logically speaking, this should be the way to go. But why didn't they move? Gemini with 1 heart, 3 spirits unite. Fang Yuan murmured, he did the three spirits unite. But one heart, as he pondered, a glimmer of light slowly appeared in his eyes. Could it be that the two people who wanted to activate this mechanism had to be of one heart and one mind? If that was the case, although he and Bai Ningbing were working together, they were forced by the situation. In reality, they appeared to be united but were actually divided, each with their own plans. How could they be of one heart? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan couldn't help but look at Bai Sheng and Bai Hua again. Thus, this pair of siblings was kicked awake by Fang Yuan again. Evil thief, what do you want? After Bai Sheng woke up, he let out an angry roar. Bai Hua, on the other hand, stopped crying. Her large eyes stared at Fang and Bai, revealing a deep hatred. This time, Fang Yuan did not have the patience to explain. He grabbed both of their palms and placed them on the pair of ruby eyes. As expected of the destined heirs, the moment their hands touched it, the ruby suddenly lit up. Kacha. The skull slowly opened its mouth, revealing a large pile of coal and firewood. In the center of the black coal was a simple and unadorned pottery urn. A scroll rested on top of the urn. What's the meaning of this? Fang Yuan threw the two of them to the ground and picked up the scroll. Only then did he understand. It turned out that the owner of this legacy, the gray-boned scholar, did not have a high aptitude and had been troubled by this his entire life of cultivation. Throughout his life, he had been researching and refining a goo that could help goo masters cultivate quickly. He already had many goo worms that could assist him in cultivation. The most typical example was the liquor worm. But these goo worms were extremely rare and hard to promote. The gray-boned scholar had great ambitions and wanted to research and refine a goo worm that could be used widely. But even until the end of his lifespan, he had failed countless times without succeeding. At the final juncture of his life, maybe it was heaven's pity, but when he was setting up by Goo Mountain's inheritance, he suddenly had an extremely ingenious inspiration. Without the help of goo worms, what was the most important method for a goo master to raise their cultivation? That was to borrow the strength of their elders to carry out impartation. Back then on Qingmao Mountain, Gu Echeng had been receiving the impartation of his grandfather Guyue's primeval essence. But this had a huge disadvantage. That was, primeval essence was different. Relying on the superior primeval essence of the elders to cleanse the aperture walls would leave behind a different aura that would greatly restrict the Gu master's future development. Unless the cleansing water goo was used to wash away the different aura. However, the cleansing water goo was also a rare goo and was difficult for ordinary goo masters to obtain. Even clan elders had to rely on luck and pay a huge price. Thus, the impartation method was not widely used. Thus, this gray-boned scholar had a wondrous idea. If there was a goo that could convert other people's primeval essence into its own, then after the impartation, wouldn't there be no side effect of the different aura? After a series of attempts, he eliminated many possibilities and finally left behind a plan with the highest chance of success. The name of this plan was Bone-Flesh Unity Goo. The scroll said, to refine this goo, 2 goo masters must work at the same time. And these 2 goo masters must be related by blood, parents and children, or twins. Relying on the connection of the same bloodline, the primeval essence can be converted. Of course, the gray-boned scholar did not have the time to put this idea into practice. After making most of his preparations, he helplessly stopped at the most crucial point. Although he had 2 titles, he was alone. He lacked 2 goo masters who fulfilled the requirements. The last contents of the scroll revealed the endless regret of the gray-boned scholar. He did not have time to make further preparations and could only leave this high platform behind. But if someone was fated to come here and could open this mechanism and see this scroll, it would mean that a goo master who fulfilled the requirements had appeared. There is no harm in trying to refine it. Regardless of the result, please tell me about it in front of my grave. The words in the scroll contained the obsession of the gray-boned scholar. It turned out that this high platform tower under Fang Yuan's feet was the gray-boned scholar's grave. Without even trying, Fang Yuan already knew that the idea of the bone-flesh unity goo was a success. Because in his previous life, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua relied on this to dual cultivate and became the Righteous Path's twin stars, pushing Bai Clan's power to its peak with rank 5 cultivation. But to Fong Yuan, it was somewhat troublesome now. He had thought that the bone-flesh unity goo was already a finished product, but the truth was that it had not been refined and could not even be considered a half-finished product. To refine the bone-flesh unity goo, he and Bai Ningbing did not fulfill the requirements, unless Guyue Fongzheng was present. But even so, the refined bone-flesh unity goo would not be very good. According to the scroll, bone-flesh unity goo was a general name for a series of goo and not a specific type of goo. The closer the relationship between the two goo masters refining the goo, the better the quality of the refined bone-flesh unity goo. According to Fong Yuan and Fongzheng's relationship, the refined bone-flesh unity goo would not be ideal. In Fong Yuan's previous life, this bone-flesh unity goo was definitely refined by Bai Sheng and Bai Hua. But now, it was brought forward by so many years. Although they were in harmony, they had not become goo masters and could not fulfill this requirement. The bone-flesh unity goo was Fong Yuan's most important goal. Right now, the materials and furnace had already been prepared by the Gray Bone Scholar. Only the final step was needed to refine it. Fong Yuan was naturally unwilling to give up. But to refine it, not only could he not fulfill the refinement requirements, there was also a group of strong enemies chasing after him. Time was pressing. Fong Yuan gritted his teeth and decided to take a risk. He and Bai Ningbing only took up half of the quota, but the siblings Bai Sheng and Bai Hua took up the other half. If the four of them worked together, there might be hope of success. Come and lend me a hand. Fong Yuan started to light the dry firewood in the skull sculpture. The flame immediately rose and burned fiercely. You plan to forcefully refine it? Bai Ningbing was shocked. This is not a wise choice. Although she said so, she still made her move, placing her palm on the ruby pupil and pouring her primeval essence inside. The flame suddenly changed color, from orange to eerie blue. The clay urn was being roasted in the flame, and the sleeping goo worms inside were awakened and started to struggle crazily. The clay urn shook continuously, but did not break. The refinement process was not complicated. Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing took turns pouring their primeval essence. Soon, they reached the most crucial step. This step required the fresh flesh of two goo masters to be thrown into the fire to be roasted. The scroll stated clearly that the more flesh there was, the better the effect. I just happen to have flesh bone with me. There is no harm in cutting off a few pieces of flesh. Bai Ningbing was about to make a move, but was stopped by Fong Yuan. Wait, I have a better idea. Bai Ningbing followed Fong Yuan's gaze and looked at the twin siblings Bai Sheng and Bai Hua. You actually want to change the recipe at the last minute? Bai Ningbing immediately understood Fong Yuan's intention, a trace of unwillingness flashing in her eyes. What are you trying to do? Bai Sheng protected his sister behind him. For a moment, he felt the impending disaster, the anxiety and panic of the end of the world. They were meat on the chopping block. When Fong and Bai were refining the goo, they knew they could not escape. Thus they obediently stayed at the side, waiting for their clansmen to rescue them. But now, Bai Sheng was extremely regretful. Feel honored. Your sacrifice will witness the birth of a brand new goo worm. Thinking about it, Senior Gray Bones will be very happy in the afterlife, right? Fong Yuan laughed malevolently, pressing towards the siblings. Sister, run! Bai Sheng shouted, not retreating but advancing instead, rushing towards Fong Yuan and hugging onto Fong Yuan's leg. Brother! Bai Hua's tears flowed out. Just as she was hesitating, Fong Yuan had already knocked Bai Sheng unconscious. Seeing Fong Yuan approaching her, a huge panic spread in the little girl's heart. She turned around and ran, but how could she match Fong Yuan's pace? She was quickly caught by Fong Yuan, her heart sinking to the bottom, struggling in vain as she cried, Mother, where are you? Fong Yuan's expression was extremely cold as he knocked her unconscious again. In no time, he stripped off the clothes of the brother and sister. Then, he picked them up with each hand and threw them into the fire. Once they entered the fire, they were immediately woken up by the heat. The intense pain caused them to run away like crazy. Two people on fire jumped out of the fire, their limbs waving wildly as they struggled. Fong Yuan snorted coldly, kicking them one by one, sending them back into the fire. The requirement in the scroll was fresh meat, but Fong Yuan did not want to kick them to death. Thus, after kicking them in, they ran out and were kicked back in again. This happened again and again, until Bai Shang and Bai Hua were finally burned to death in the fire. Their bodies gradually melted like candles. The fire turned from eerie blue to bright red like blood. However, it could not turn into bright red or purple for a long time. According to the scroll, only when the fire's color changed to red or purple would this crucial step be considered a success. What to do? Bai Ningbing's brows furrowed tightly. Once the goo fusion failed, the goo master would also suffer a backlash. Thoughts churned intensely in Feng Yuan's mind. Bai Shang and Bai Hua are the destined inheritors, but they actually failed? It seems they are not goo masters yet, thus there is a difference. In that case, I can only try again. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan hesitated no longer, activating the Tusita flower and spitting out a sharp blade. He straightened his forearm and cut with the sharp blade. Fresh blood flowed, and a piece of his own flesh was thrown into the fire that was taller than a person. You do it. After doing all this, he threw the sharp blade to Bai Ningbing. Are you sure it will work? Bai Ningbing hesitated for a moment and also used the sharp blade to cut her forearm. But because of the ice muscles, the sharp blade felt like it was cutting on solid ice. Without a choice, Bai Ningbing could only summon the chainsaw golden centipede and cut off a piece of her flesh. When her piece of flesh was thrown into the fire immediately turned purple-red. Good. Success or failure depends on this. Let's inject primeval essence together. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. The two poured primeval essence into the gem eyes of the skull at the same time, and the mechanism started to close. It was like a bone beast, opening its mouth and swallowing the raging fire. 2 rows of sharp teeth were tightly clenched together, and the fire burned within, burning the skull into a crimson-red color. With a bang, it seemed like the pottery jar had exploded. The entire skull shook because of this. Hearing this explosion, Feng and Bai let go of their hands. Feng Yuan stared at the commotion while extending his hand towards Bai Ningbing. He did not speak, but Bai Ningbing already knew what Feng Yuan wanted. She snorted, and in consideration of the current situation, she could only hand Fleshbone to Feng Yuan. She did not have the ability to instantly refine goo worms, but Feng Yuan could. Under the spring-autumn cicada's aura, Fleshbone had no resistance and was instantly refined. But although Feng Yuan refined it, due to his cultivation, he could not use Fleshbone. Thus, he handed it over to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing received it and immediately activated it. An orange-yellow light enveloped the wound on her forearm. Almost in the blink of an eye, the flesh grew back, and the wound was completely healed. But Bai Ningbing's peak rank 3 primeval essence was instantly consumed by 20%. The disadvantage of Fleshbone was that it required a large amount of primeval essence. If it was Feng Yuan's green copper primeval essence, even if he used it until his primeval sea dried up, he would not be able to activate it. Immediately after, Bai Ningbing treated Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's face was pale. In just a short moment, he did not have ice muscles to stop the bleeding, so he lost a lot of blood. Although the wound on his forearm had healed, the pain was still intense, and his entire heart was trembling from the pain. He even felt dizzy, but both of them had iron wills. Even so, their expressions did not change, and they forcibly endured the intense pain. After a while, the skull slowly opened, and the flame inside had already dissipated. The pottery jar and Bai Shang's and Bai Hua's corpses were all gone. 2 goo worms appeared in Feng Yuan's vision. One was green and the other red, and they were like 2 jade bracelets, intertwined. They floated in the air, quietly emitting a warm luster. This is bone-flesh unity goo? Without time to inspect it, Feng Yuan grabbed it and instantly refined it, storing it in his aperture. Let's go. He sprinted down the platform and entered the new secret tunnel at the end of the hall. In just a moment, Bai Clan's goo masters arrived at this hall. Someone refined goo here. The remnant aura in the air caused many clan elders' expressions to change. Look, there are 2 young masters' clothes here. Soon, they found the children's clothing that was torn by Feng Yuan on the platform. Seeing this, an extremely bad feeling struck Bai Clan leader's heart, almost causing her vision to turn black. She did not even dare to think about it. Chase. They're not far away. My child is definitely in their hands. The 100 Clans master roared. Her eyes were bloodshot. You're right. Chapter 231. Sprinting. There was a secret passage under their feet, and it seemed to be unprecedentedly long. But no matter how long the journey was, there would always be an end. A light appeared in Fong and Bai's vision, gradually expanding. It's the exit, Bai Ningbing blurted out. According to the rumors in my previous life, this secret passage should lead to a cliff on Baigu Mountain. Fong Yuan did not speak, only thinking in his heart as he sprinted. He should thank the two siblings, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua. It was because of their information that Fong Yuan came here. And because of their sacrifice, Fong Yuan got what he wanted and obtained the bone-flesh unity goo. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard from behind. We finally caught up. We found those two scoundrels. Where are you going? Bai Clan's goo masters chased after them aggressively. Bai Clan leader took the lead, with several clan elders following closely behind. The narrow secret passage caused Bai Clan's people to form a long line. Vertical crash goo. Suddenly, an elder sped up like a cannonball, quickly closing the distance between him and Fong Yuan. Bai Ningbing, Fong Yuan shouted. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth and swung her palm backwards. Blood moon goo. With a soft, chi sound, a blood blade flew out and hit the clan elder behind him, causing his momentum to stagnate. But immediately after, colorful lights blossomed in the secret passage, and a large number of long-range attacks shot towards Fong and Bai. Bai Ningbing, catch! Fong Yuan shouted again, lending Sky Canopy Goo to her. Bai Ningbing activated Sky Canopy Goo, Iron Thorn Brambles Goo, and with the defense of Ice Muscles, the three of them blocked most of the attacks. Bai Clan, don't you want to know the whereabouts of the two young masters? Fong Yuan shouted. Bai Clan's Goo masters saw Bai Sheng and Bai Hua in Fong and Bai's hands. Upon hearing these words, his attacks immediately slowed down. Speak. What did you do to our clan's young masters? If anything happens to them, you will have a miserable ending. Return my children. Bai Clan leader was furious. She pointed her finger and a cold light flew out. Cold fish goo. This goo was the size of a dart and was shaped like a small fish. It moved in an arc in the air and had the effect of tracking. Fong Yuan grunted, unable to dodge, and was shot by the frost fish goo. Immediately, cold air enveloped his entire body, and his speed plummeted. Stealth scales goo. With a thought, Fong Yuan's body rippled with light, and he was about to disappear. Don't even think about it. One of the elders suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed at Fong Yuan. Pooh! With a soft sound, even though the stealth scales goo was hidden in Fong Yuan's aperture, it was suddenly destroyed. Fong Yuan's heart sank as he hurriedly activated the hopping grass. The soles of his feet suddenly felt numb and itchy, and two spring-like clumps of grass grew out of his skin and flesh. Fong Yuan relied on the elasticity of the grass to leap forward, his speed increasing rapidly. I'll go first. Remember to jump. He left behind these strange words. What? Bai Ningbing was naturally puzzled, but then the sound of wind behind her grew louder. She turned around to look, and her heart thumped. It was the matriarch of the 100 Clans approaching. Her eyes were completely red, as if she was an enraged lioness. Her aura was so intense that even Bai Ningbing's heart shuddered. After all, she was a rank 4 Goo master. Bam! Bai Clan leader punched, and the huge force immediately broke the Sky Canopy Goo's white armor. Bai Ningbing vomited a mouthful of blood and summoned the Chainsaw Golden Centipede. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede turned into a golden light and coiled around Bai Clan leader. Using this chance, Bai Ningbing sprinted towards the exit. It was a cliff. At this moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly understood the meaning of Fong Yuan's words. He wanted her to jump off the cliff. You can't escape. Bai Clan leader shouted from behind. As for the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, it had already been torn into pieces by her brute force. Bai Ningbing's eyes flashed with a trace of struggle. At this height, jumping down was certain death. But the situation was dire, and she had no other choice. She gritted her teeth and jumped down the cliff. He really jumped. He's dead for sure. Some of the Bai clan Gu masters cried out in shock and stopped at the cliff. Bai clan leader looked down and saw Bai Ningbing falling. Veins popped on her forehead and she screamed. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. I must capture them. Her body continued to fall, and the wind whistled in her ears. Bai Ningbing had never thought she would have to jump off a cliff one day. Am I going to die like this? Although it was exciting, it doesn't feel good. The aura of death assaulted her, and Bai Ningbing's emotions churned intensely. I haven't even gotten the Yanggu. Dying as a woman is such a tragedy. But if I fall, I will definitely turn into meat paste, and I won't be able to tell if I'm a man or a woman. Bai Ningbing couldn't understand why she would have such a strange thought before she died. Right at this time, the sound of the wind became more intense, and an extremely familiar voice could be heard. Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing turned around, and who else could it be but Feng Yuan? Right now, Feng Yuan was also falling, but what was different was that he was stepping on a white-boned bird. Footless bird. This bird had no flesh and blood, and its entire body was made of white bones. It had the head of an eagle, the body of a crane, the tail of a swallow, and 2 pairs of wings on both sides, but no feet. Feng Yuan's body was covered in blood, and he had evidently suffered many injuries in the secret tunnel. Grab my hand. He squatted on the bird's back and tried to stretch his hand over. Clap. A soft sound was heard, and the 2 hands grasped tightly in the air. Feng Yuan exerted force again and pulled Bai Ningbing onto the bird's back. But at this moment, a protruding mountain rock was less than 300 meters away from them. The footless bird was like a meteor, crashing towards this mountain rock. Be careful, we're going to fall, Bai Ningbing exclaimed, her heart in her throat. The mountain rock rapidly expanded in her vision. Feng Yuan's eyes shone with a sharp light, and he shouted fiercely, "How can my demonic path fall in this tiny Baigu mountain? Rise! 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 Rise!" His shout echoed in the valley. Hua hua hua. Under his control, the footless bird flapped its wings furiously and used all its strength to slow down the speed of its fall. A series of cracking sounds could be heard, and cracks appeared on the 4 bone wings. The primeval essence in Feng Yuan's aperture was rapidly being consumed, but the heavenly essence treasure lotus gave off a warm light and spewed out large amounts of natural primeval essence. Feng Yuan's primeval essence sea level decreased and increased at the same time. A group of bone beasts that were strolling around the mountain rock felt the footless bird's movements and looked up and immediately scattered in all directions. A gray bone ostrich was so frightened that it stabbed its sharp beak into the white bone mountain rock and raised its butt high. Ostrich animals were naturally like this. When they were afraid, they liked to deceive themselves like this. They were about to collide. Bai Ningbing forgot to breathe. Feng Yuan glared angrily. The huge wind pressure caused the white bone tree on the mountain rock to collapse. Finally, the footless bird brushed past the ostrich's butt and flew up diagonally. The long tail of the ostrich's butt was completely shaved off. It's round but was exposed. Ha ha. Bai Ningbing laughed nonstop on the bird's back. After narrowly escaping death, all the pressure was gone. She felt that her heart had fallen back into her chest from her throat. Exciting, truly exciting. The excitement of life and death was always the most exciting. Wasn't this kind of life what she had always wanted, what she had always pursued? Footless bird, fly towards the blue sky. She was almost singing. Clan leader, they are still alive. At the cliff, the Bai Clan Gu master's expressions turned green. We can't catch up. That is a footless bird. It can fly 10,000 li in a day. Tai Dao Ku sighed helplessly. There were very few Gu worms that could fly, and those that could catch up to the footless bird were even fewer. Below rank 5, the footless bird was a first-rate flying mount. Alas, the heavens are blind. How can they allow such evildoers to live in this world? Some elders shouted angrily, beating their chests and stamping their feet. Bai clan leader's eyes were bloodshot, and her fists were clenched so tightly that they were about to break, and her teeth were making cracking noises. Hearing Bai Ningbing's laughter, She even had a strong impulse to jump off the cliff and chase after the enemies. It was not that Bai clan did not have flying Gu. Some Gu masters had already used their abilities to chase after Fong and Bai. But looking at their speed, even an idiot knew it was wishful thinking to catch up to these two. An intense bitterness filled the hearts of the Bai clan Gu masters. The criminals were roaming free in front of their eyes, but they could only watch helplessly. No, we cannot let them escape. No. A Gu master old man shouted angrily, his body suddenly burning with raging flames. Bai Zhan won. Bai clan leader's expression changed. Lord Clan Elder. Everyone was shocked. Grandpa. Bai Zhan Lai's face was covered in tears. Clan leader, everyone, we cannot let these two thieves escape. Otherwise, where will our Bai clan's dignity go? The hatred between the two young masters is even more irreconcilable. After I leave, please take care of my grandson. This lad's temper is as fierce as mine. Saying so, he lost his voice. His skin, flesh, and bones had turned into flames. His vocal cords had also disappeared. Even his eyes had turned into purple-black round pupils. He had turned into a human-shaped torch. The flames burned fiercely, the temperature rose rapidly, everyone retreated, and a sad song seemed to be playing on the mountain peak. Burning Man Gu. Rank for Gu. Once used, the whole body would burn and turn into flames, until it was extinguished. This elder Bai Zhan chose to sacrifice his life to obtain this powerful strength. Good. This clan leader will stand here and watch Elder's contribution. Bai clan leader was moved, but Elder Bai Zhan could no longer hear her. He felt his strength had reached an unprecedented level. His life was burning at this moment, reaching its peak, radiating with boundless radiance. His purple-black round pupils swept through everyone. He gave his grandson one last look before turning into a stream of flames and flying towards the sky. The stream of flames approached Footless Bird at an extremely fast speed. Good. Everyone saw this and cheered loudly. The Bai clan leader's steel-like, ice-cold face also revealed an excited expression. A strong enemy. Bai Ningbing's expression was grave. She lacked the experience of fighting in the air. If she did not handle it well, she would fall and die a horrible death. Howl. The Burning Man roared. His purple-black pupils were filled with killing intent. Flames flashed, and the Burning Man's speed increased rapidly, pouncing towards Fong Yuan like lightning. Hold on tight. Fong Yuan had been paying attention all this time, controlling Footless Bird to flap its wings. Footless Bird increased its speed and pulled apart the distance, causing the Burning Man to miss. On the cliff, there were sighs of regret and pity. But soon, the Burning Man pounced again. Footless Bird flew to the side, brushing past his shoulder. Bai Ningbing was almost flung off. She quickly grabbed onto the protruding bones on the bird's back. Howl. The Burning Man attacked again. Fong Yuan sneered. Footless Bird suddenly retracted its wings and dived towards the ground. The Burning Man followed closely behind. His speed was faster than Footless Bird, gradually closing the distance. Footless Bird suddenly spread its four wings and flew upwards, flying in the opposite direction. Boom. The Burning Man's flight relied entirely on the propulsion of flames. Without wings, he could not change direction in time, directly crashing into the mountain rocks. In an instant, the fire spread over an area of nearly 500 square meters, killing all the bone beasts and destroying large numbers of bone trees. In the sea of fire, a lump of fire condensed back into a human figure, flying out. Fong and Bai persevered. However, Gu worms also depended on the type of person using them. In Gu master cultivation, nurture, use, and refine, use was one of the three major aspects. Not just anyone could casually take out a Gu and display its prowess. The methods and knowledge involved were very profound. The Burning Man Gu was a method to perish together. This was the first time Bai Zhan was using it. In contrast, although this was the first time Fong Yuan was piloting Footless Bird, he had used countless flying mounts in his previous life. His experience was many times more than Bai Zhan's. He was extremely familiar with it. It was so deep in his soul that it was almost an instinct. On the cliff, Bai clan's people had been paying attention to the battle in the sky. From hope and expectation, it gradually turned into anger. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that Footless Bird was toying with Baijan, one like it was toying with him. The burning man's angry roar was originally so shocking and full of vigor, but now it was only strong on the outside, revealing sorrow and helplessness. Damn it! Someone clenched his fists tightly. How can this be? Tai Dao Ku was also shocked by Fang Yuan's skill, sighing helplessly. Fang Jing, I want you to die. Baijan Lai shouted. The seed of hatred was buried deep in his heart. Baijan Wen's sacrifice, under Fang Yuan's toying, seemed to become a joke, and also like a sarcastic slap on the Bai clan's people's faces. Gradually, everyone's anger turned into disappointment and despair. We can't catch up. Don't tell me we can only watch helplessly. Guyue Fangzheng. Many people muttered this name, gritting their teeth. Footless Bird flew freely, once again brushing past the burning man. Young man, your bird manipulation skills are top-notch. Ha ha ha. Bai Ningbing laughed, relieved. Fang Yuan's expression suddenly froze. Be careful. Boom. An intense explosion occurred. Bai Zhanwen knew he could not catch up to Fang and Bai, and resolutely chose to self-detonate. The flames of the explosion enveloped Footless Bird. Fortunately, Footless Bird was made of white bones. Even its wings were made of thin, blade-like bone pieces. The flames could not cause any damage, but the true danger was the shockwave from the explosion. More cracks appeared on Footless Bird's body, and it lost its balance from the explosion, falling towards the ground. But after falling for some distance, under Fang Yuan's control, it regained its balance and flew far away. Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing, however, shouted in shock. Earlier, Fang Yuan had lent her the sky canopy goo, so she had a goo worm to protect herself, but Fang Yuan did not. The incident happened suddenly, and Fang Yuan did not have time to activate his goo worm to defend himself. Footless Bird charged out of the flames, and Fang Yuan's body was burning with flames. The intense wind pushed the flames, and the earth communication ear grass in his right ear was burnt. But his expression was like steel, as if he was not the person involved. After Footless Bird stabilized, Fang Yuan spat out the Tusita flower, and a burst of milk spring water poured on his head. The flames were extinguished, but his whole body was covered in burns, and his face was disfigured. It was a horrible sight. Bai Ningbing opened her mouth to speak, but could not say anything. On the contrary, Fang Yuan's lips curled up, and he laughed. I like Footless Bird. Do you know why? His smile was somewhat horrifying. Why? Because it does not have bird legs, only wings. Thus, it can only fly. When it lands on the ground, it signifies its destruction. All or nothing. If you don't fly, you die. Her blue pupils expanded and began to shine brightly. Her silver hair fluttered in the wind, and Bai Ningbing's lips curled up. Hee hee hee. Then let us spread our wings and soar. Footless Bird flew far away, turning into a dot in her eyes, and finally disappeared. On the cliff, the Bai clansmen watched anxiously, but did not speak. A deathly silence enveloped everyone. Heaven and earth were so vast. The sky was eerie blue, and Baigu Mountain was as white as snow. Sunlight shone down from the side. Footless Bird, Fang, and Bai's figures were deeply engraved in their hearts. Anger was brewing, and hatred was sprouting. Puff. Bai clan leader suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. Clan leader. Lord Clan leader. Quick. Healing Goo masters, quickly save clan leader. There was panic on the cliff. Chapter 232. The setting sun was as red as blood, and the western sky was covered in burning clouds. Under the sunset, the Footless Bird, which had been flying for half a day, began to descend slowly. After a series of lifts and dives that exceeded its limits and withstood the explosion of the burning man, its body was covered in cracks, and it no longer had the strength to fly. Bang! With a loud bang, under Fang Yuan's control, the Footless Bird finally fell into a forest. Smoke and dust rose, and the beasts fled. Where is this? Bai Ningbing jumped off the bird's back and looked around. The trees around them were short and thick, but their branches and leaves were especially luxuriant, unlike the bone trees on White Bone Mountain that were sparse. The trees here were like canopies, and their leaves were all purple, light purple, dark purple, purplish red, bright purple. The night wind blew, forming a purple wave as they looked into the distance. Purple forest. We've been heading north, and according to our journey, this should be near Zio Mountain, Fang Yuan estimated. He looked worried. Zio Mountain is safe during the day, but it's dangerous at night. It's getting dark. Let's leave this place quickly and find a safe place to stay. All right. Bai Ningbing nodded. After more than 2 hours, they were lucky enough to find a cave. The original owner of the cave was a bandana bear. This kind of bear had a natural pouch on its abdomen, similar to a kangaroo. The dry firewood crackled, and the bonfire burned quietly. The meat soup in the iron pot was already boiling, emitting a strong aroma. The fat and tender bear paws were also roasted. Apart from these, the Tusita flour also contained delicacies from the 100 clans. The two of them ate heartily, and their tense hearts slowly relaxed. Bai Ningbing suddenly laughed and looked at Fang Yuan with her blue eyes. Look, this is retribution. You burned that pair of siblings to death, and not long after, you were burned to this state. The light from the fire shone on Fang Yuan's face, and the terrifying injuries on his face made him look somewhat scary and ugly. If it was a timid girl, she would probably scream in fear when she saw his face. Fang Yuan smiled, not minding it, and was even secretly happy about it. Fortunately, I have Fleshbone with me. It won't be difficult for you to recover your original appearance. All you have to do is cut off all the burn skin and flesh on your body, then use Fleshbone to treat it, and you will be able to grow new skin and flesh. However, with your current first transformation cultivation, you can't use Fleshbone regeneration. You can beg me. Maybe I'll be merciful and can't bear to treat you. Bai Ningbing didn't let go of any opportunity to mock Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, even though his eyebrows had been burned off. Why do we need treatment? Isn't this a good situation? He laughed. We killed the only 2 young masters of Bai clan, and even fooled the Bai clan patriarch and clan elder. Do you think they will let us go? This kind of injury saves me the trouble of changing my appearance. The earth communication eargrass had already been destroyed, and Fang Yuan was now missing his right ear. There was cartilage in the ear, and this injury was not something that could be healed by the flesh-growing bone. But even if he had the means of treatment, he would rather lose an ear to change his image. In the past, there was a demon, Bai Yi, who was captured and imprisoned in a prison. He pretended to be crazy and smeared his own feces on himself. He even cut off his 5th limb and became a eunuch. His enemies finally thought that he had gone completely crazy and thus let down their guard, allowing him to escape. In the future, he returned to take revenge and killed the entire family of his enemies. There was also a great figure of the righteous path, Empress Wu Ji. When she ascended to the throne at a young age, her power was seized by her own elder sister, and she could only endure. But her elder sister was jealous of her beauty and made things difficult for her. She cut off her nose bridge, humiliated herself, and finally won the time to live and grow. More than 10 years later, she overthrew her elder sister's rule and regained power. She cut off her elder sister's 5 senses and made her wish she was dead. Those who achieved great things were all good at enduring and did not indulge in flesh and beauty. This was the same for both righteous path and demonic path, male or female. After Empress Wu Ji took power, even though she had the means of treatment, she had never restored her nose bridge, and this made me wary. That was why Wu clan was the #1 clan in southern border, suppressing Tai clan, Shang clan, and Fei clan. Those who indulge in flesh and beauty were all superficial and could not achieve great things. Be it this world or Earth's history, they all proved this point. King Yu of Zhou, for the sake of his beloved concubine Bao Si's smile, made a fool out of his vassals. But what happened to him? He was betrayed and was killed by the barbarians. Lu Bu to Diao Chan, Wu Wang to Shi Shi. Xiang Yu actually brought Yu Ji with him to war. Hehe, what happened to these people? On the other hand, Cao Cao was short, Sun Bin was crippled, Sima Qian was castrated. Everyone has a love for beauty. But success had nothing to do with flesh and beauty. Having the determination to give up was the cornerstone of success. In fact, it is you. With your blue eyes and silver hair. You are too dazzling. You need to change. Fang Yuan sized up Bai Ningbing's body and said. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly and did not speak. Fang Yuan continued. The footless bird was damaged, and we only flew a few thousand miles. Although it is quite far from Bai Clan village, since we committed this crime, Bai Clan will definitely come to arrest us. Our situation is still dangerous. If they issue a bounty for us, our days from now on will be even more difficult. Bai Ningbing frowned and pondered for a moment before snorting. Forget it. I am tired of this outfit. If I change my appearance, it will be a wonderful experience. Next, the two began to summarize their losses and gains. There were losses. Earth communication eargrass, chainsaw golden centipede, carapace goo, iron thorn brambles, stealth scales goo, and footless bird. They were all destroyed in the pursuit. But to Fang Yuan, escaping with his life was the most important. Only by staying alive could there be possibilities and hope. This was the foundation of everything. In order to survive, so what if he had to abandon spring-autumn cicada? One sentence, being able to abandon and give up is a man. As for his gains? In Fang Yuan's aperture, there were large numbers of bone spear goo and spiral bone spear goo. Rank 3 flying bone shield, jade bone goo, iron bone goo, healing flesh bone goo, as well as several bone books that recorded all kinds of fusion recipes. Other than that, there was also the clearing heat goo that he obtained from Bai Clan camp. Of course, the most important thing was the bone flesh unity goo that he took the risk to successfully fuse at the last moment. Compared to his gains, the losses were not serious. After all, this was a complete inheritance. That flower wine monk was a rank 5 expert, even stronger than the rank 4 gray bone scholar. But Fang Yuan's gains from the flower wine inheritance lost to this Bai Gu inheritance. There was no other reason. The Bai Gu inheritance was something that gray bone scholar had meticulously planned for a long time. The flower wine inheritance, on the other hand, was a product of a sudden inspiration. In fact, Fang Yuan had only walked on one of the main paths of the Bai Gu inheritance. There were still many side paths, and in the flesh sack's secret chamber, most of the teeth had not been opened. These things had all gone to Bai Clan village. They controlled this place, and as long as they spent time and effort, they could definitely devour the entire inheritance. But it doesn't matter. I have already taken all the goo worms in the plan. As long as this bone-flesh unity goo can be used, it will far surpass other things. But the earth communication eargrass has been destroyed. This is a bit troublesome. In Fang Yuan's philosophy, only practicality had value. The chainsaw golden centipede was lost, but spiral bone spear could barely replace it. There were no iron thorn brambles or carapace goo, but there was sky canopy goo and flying bone shield. Only the earth communication eargrass was lost, and in terms of scouting, there was a shortcoming. In the past, it was lacking healing and movement, but now, these two aspects were more or less made up for, but there was a flaw in the scouting aspect. In life, most things do not go according to one's wishes. The night of Ziyu Mountain was much more lively than the day. This night, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing took turns to keep watch, but did not sleep well. From time to time, the roars of wild beasts could be heard from outside the cave, as well as the sounds of battle. Especially at dawn, when an intense battle unfolded near the cave entrance, Fang Yuan, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up by it. This was a battle between 2,000 beasts. Wangda, a winged black, feathered python, provoked a dark leopard. Both sides fought back and forth, carrying out a great battle. The commotion was great, the commotion shocking. Dark leopard was a fierce beast unique to Ziyu Mountain. They had a strong body and purple spotted skin. Their speed was extremely fast, and they often shuttled through the forest, leaving behind an elegant phantom image. When hunting, they were silent, and their prey often became food in their stomachs before they could even react. Fang and Bai were on tenterhooks. It could be said that they were stuck in the cave, unable to escape. As time passed, the dark leopard was gradually losing, falling into a disadvantageous position. This was a pregnant female leopard. Dark leopards had always been a male-female pair, and now that the female leopard was pregnant, the male leopard naturally went out to hunt. but it did not want the black-feathered python to find a loophole. Eventually, the female leopard died under the entanglement of the black-feathered python. But the black-feathered python did not manage to escape and was met by the returning male leopard. After another intense battle, the male leopard killed the killer, but only obtained the cold corpse of the female leopard. Dawn arrived. The light of dawn shone on the elegant fur of the dark leopard, but the female leopard was already dead. The male leopard wandered around the female leopard, letting out a sorrowful whimper. The two of them were so close, yet so far apart, separated by life and death. "Why aren't you leaving?" Bai Ningbing complained inwardly. "Don't worry, the male and female dark leopard are of one mind. If one dies, the other will definitely not live alone." Fang Yuan sighed. "I'll go back and sleep first." He returned to the depths of the cave to sleep, while Bai Ningbing stayed at the cave entrance. The male leopard wandered around for a while, crawled down, and stuck out its tongue to lick the female leopard's wound. The female leopard's wound was pitch black, caused by the black-feathered python's poison. The male leopard lived here, and as long as it smelled it, it would be able to distinguish this poison. But now, it did not care. In the end, its bright eyes became dimmer and dimmer, and its eyelids became heavier and heavier. When it was noon, it also died. It lay quietly with the female leopard, and its beautiful fur made them look like exquisite handicrafts. Witnessing the entire process with her own eyes, Bai Ningbing could not help but sigh. Not long after, Fang Yuan woke up and walked out of the cave energetically. He saw Bai Ningbing leaning against the cave wall, staring at the two dark leopard corpses in a daze. "How's the harvest?" Fang Yuan asked. Bai Ningbing shrugged, somewhat dispirited. "The goo that should have flown have all flown away. I don't have any methods to capture goo. Besides, didn't you see the battle last night? Those goo are either dead or injured. The remaining ones are not what we need. Hee. If not for that, how could a person like you take the initiative to sleep?" Fang Yuan laughed. "Although they are 2,000 beast kings, the goo on their bodies are indeed not much. But it might not necessarily be without any harvest, hee." Saying so, Fang Yuan walked towards the dark leopard's corpse. Chapter 233. Seeing Fang Yuan walk to the dark leopard's corpse, Bai Ningbing's gaze was attracted. The former squatted down and started to dig the ears of the dark leopard. Soon, Fang Yuan took out two small purple leaves from the male leopard's left and female leopard's right ears. This was a breath concealment goo. Rank 3 grass goo. Goo masters could use it to conceal their aura and cultivation, giving them a certain degree of camouflage. Almost every dark leopard had a breath concealment goo in their ears. But dark leopards always moved in pairs, and they had at least 1,000 Beast King strength. They were good at sneak attacks, fast and agile, making them very dangerous and troublesome to capture. Moreover, the dark leopard was a fierce beast that only existed near Ziyu Mountain. Thus, the information about the breath concealment goo hidden in the dark leopard's ears was not widely known. In Fang Yuan's previous life, a righteous figure appeared, known as Hunting King Sun Gone. With him as the first, he hunted dark leopards and obtained breath concealment goo, selling them in the market and reaping huge profits, thus becoming rich. After him, countless goo masters rushed to Ziyu Mountain to make a fortune. Just a few years later, the dark leopard went extinct. But now, Ziyu Mountain was still a secluded place. Here, it was safe during the day, but extremely dangerous at night. There were no clans, but there were embryonic forms of clans, villages. Although there were no earth communication eargrass to scout, they were lucky to obtain 2 breath concealment goo. Fang and Bai relied on this goo to avoid many dangers. They would not go up Ziyu Mountain. With their current strength, they could already travel through ordinary forests. But they did not have the strength to go deep into famous mountains and great rivers. To explore these places, even Bai clan would have to pay a huge price. Not to mention the current Fang and Bai. They moved around the foot of Ziyu Mountain, and 2 days later, they found a mountain path. Man-made mountain paths were much safer than ordinary forests. Of course, if they were unlucky, they would also encounter danger. Moving along the mountain path, one evening, Fang and Bai discovered smoke rising in spirals. The two glanced at each other and quickened their steps. At a call on the mountain, they found a village. The village was surrounded by low stone walls, and farmers returned in twos and threes, carrying hoes and other farming tools, walking into the village. There were also guards standing around the village. However, these people were all mortals, so they were nothing to worry about. Let's go. Fang Yuan led the way down the village. Just like that, Bai Ningbing was slightly surprised. Their appearance quickly attracted the curious, doubtful, and suspicious gazes of the villagers. Most villages in this world were very xenophobic. It was even more so for the clan's mountain stronghold. The security was tight, for fear of spies and thieves sneaking in. May I ask if these two guests from afar are you esteemed Lord Gu Masters? Before they even reached the village entrance, two guards with similar appearances came up to them. Bai Ningbing didn't say anything. According to the original agreement, everything would be handled by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan shook his head. Brothers, we're just mortals. Hearing this, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief, and their expressions became relaxed. The younger youngster disdainfully sized up Fang Yuan's body, saying with some disgust, I knew it. This person is so ugly. How can he be one of those powerful Lord Gu Masters? Fang Yuan's body was covered in burns, and he was also missing an ear. His appearance was ugly and disgusting. Bai Ningbing also changed into ordinary attire, her long silver hair not only shaved short, but also dyed black. Her whole body was covered in ice, and thus her skin was as white as snow. But the color of her eyes couldn't be concealed, so she wore a straw hat, covering the upper half of her face. When the two of them stood together, they looked like two mortal villagers. Brother, don't talk nonsense, the older guard reprimanded, and then looked at Fang and Bai vigilantly. Where did you come from? Why did you come here? We came from the village on the other side of the mountain. Originally, he had dragged a handcart with medicinal herbs and cured meat, thinking of selling them. Sigh, we met a tiger on the way. Oh my, that scared me to death. We ran all the way and managed to escape with our lives. Sigh, we don't dare to go back for now, so we came to your village to sleep for a night. Just one night, we will leave tomorrow, Fang Yuan said casually. The guard's vigilance decreased slightly. Fang Yuan said again, brother, don't blame your brother. My injuries were caused by fire. That day when my house was on fire, I was burnt to this state in order to grab some rice. Sigh, life is hard these days. The older guard sighed. Enter the village. If no one takes you in, you can just stay in the corner for the night. Saying so, he moved aside. Watching Fang and Bai enter the village, the guard ordered his younger brother, go and tell the village chief that there are two outsiders here. The old man has a lot of experience. Ask him to take a look. Brother, you are too careful. Why don't you think about it? How can these two be Gu Masters? Moreover, why would Gu Masters lie to us mortals? To have fun? If I tell you to go, just go. Asking me to run errands again? The young man grumbled, but still went. The village was peaceful. The fragrance of food permeated the air. After a day of work, the laughter of a family gathering for a meal also reached Fang and Bai's ears. Being in such an environment, Bai Ningbing could not help but feel relaxed. The reason why he disguised himself was because he did not want to expose his tracks that would make it easier for the Bai clan to hunt him down. Secondly, it was because Fang Yuan was a cautious person and liked to hide in an unfamiliar environment, making it easier for him to deal with sudden and abnormal situations. It was very easy to find a family to take them in, just give them a yuan stone fragment, and they would happily vacate the main house. But doing so did not match their current status. Fang Yuan had a better method. He walked around the village for a while and stopped in front of a dilapidated house. This family only had one old lady. She originally had a grandson, but when he was playing outside, he was eaten by wolves. In front of the house, the old lady was drawing water from a well, looking very strenuous. Ani, let me help you. Fang Yuan put on a silly smile and ran over eagerly. The old lady saw Fang Yuan and was shocked by his appearance. But Fang Yuan was very enthusiastic, and with a silly smile on his face, he quickly helped her draw a few buckets of water, and the old lady's wariness disappeared. Lad, you are from another village, right? The old lady laughed. Her mouth was cracked, and only a few teeth were left. Yes, I want to stay at Ani's place for a night. Ani, let me work for you. What do you think? Fang Yuan said naively.
Sure.
The old lady said happily. Although the villagers usually helped each other, she still needed this kind of labor force. Bai Ningbing was speechless as she watched from behind. This scoundrel Fang Yuan was too good at acting. After drawing water, it was time to chop firewood. Fang Yuan even took the initiative to cook, and his quick and efficient actions made the old lady praise him again and again. Ani, let me help you draw a few buckets of water. Let's talk after the water jar is filled. After dinner, Fang Yuan took the buckets of water and went out. The old lady said no need, but Fang Yuan insisted. After the water jar was filled, the old lady's eyes were filled with tears. Lad, you are so honest. Sigh, it is a pity that your life is as bitter as mine. Evidently, the tragic story that Fang Yuan fabricated during dinner had left a deep impression on this simple and honest old lady. To mortals, lamp oil was precious. The house was dark at night. Only moonlight shone through the window. There were 2 beds in the house, and they were very simple. But Bai Ningbing was already very satisfied as she laid on the bed. The fatigue from these days of walking slowly dissipated at this moment. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, and his mind entered his aperture, inspecting the bone-flesh unity goo. These days, he did not use this pair of goo. After all, it was refined by altering the recipe. According to Fang Yuan's cautious nature, he naturally had to do some research. Suddenly, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed past. There should be no problem. I can use the bone-flesh unity goo now. Saying so, he summoned a pair of jade bracelets shaped goo. These 2 jade bracelets, one was green like grass, while the other was red like blood, and they were still locked together, unable to be separated. Earlier, Fang Yuan had already refined them, but to use them, he had to give up one of them and let Bai Ningbing refine it. Bai Ningbing sat cross-legged and received the goo worm, but she did not refine it, instead looking at Fang Yuan. What do you plan to do next? Fang Yuan chuckled. I thought you wouldn't ask. Even in the darkness, Bai Ningbing could feel the teasing smile on Fang Yuan's face. She snorted. Fang Yuan did not think of hiding it from her. Our next destination is Shangliang Mountain. Shangliang Mountain? Shang Clan? Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows. Shang Clan was one of the top forces in southern border, not weaker than Tai Clan or Fei Clan, only being suppressed by Wu Clan. Shang Clan was famous in southern border for their trade. Even outside of southern border, anyone with some knowledge knew that southern border Shang Clan was the center of trade, and how prosperous Shang Clan City was, with yuan stone everywhere. When Bai Ningbing still had the northern dark eye soul physique, she had yearned to visit Shang Clan City, but now she was worried. We committed a crime in Bai Clan. I'm afraid we will be hunted down by the righteous path. If we go to Shang Clan City, won't we be walking into a trap? Fang Yuan smiled. In the entire southern border, there are only 2 places that can accommodate us. Shang Clan City is definitely one of them. Although Shang Clan is one of the leaders of the righteous path, Shang Clan City is indeed a land of freedom, and the best place for demonic path people to sell their loot. Otherwise, why do you think Shang Clan is the richest in southern border? Even the Wu Clan is left in the dust in this aspect. Bai Ningbing's thoughts wandered as she heard this. The rumors say that anything can be bought in Shang Clan City. Is that true? Fang Yuan shook his head. Those who say this are all low-level. In this world, there are too many things that have a price, but no supply. For example, a certain yang gu? Hehehe. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to ESO. Chapter 234. In the dark room, Bai Ningbing let out an unhappy snort. Fang Yuan's words changed. But at this moment, Shang Clan City is the most suitable place for us. There are many shops there, and we can buy goo worms that suit us. Our current goo worms might be outstanding, but they are not compatible. Only with a complete set can we display greater battle strength, and even have the possibility of fighting above our ranks. Fang Yuan's words caused Bai Ningbing to agree with him. Any outstanding goo master would have a set of mature goo worms to work with. For example, when Bai Ningbing was still in the northern dark eye soul physique, she had ice blade goo, icicle goo, water shield goo, bluebird ice coffin goo, ice mussels goo, frost demon goo. They were all ice and water-type goo worms, and when used together, it was extremely smooth and complemented each other. But now, although they had many goo worms, they were very messy. If they changed to a complete set, their battle strength would at least double. Coincidentally, Fang Yuan had large numbers of bone spear goo and spiral bone spear goo in his aperture. These things could be sold to Shangclan City. Even without these goo, Fang Yuan had heavenly essence treasure lotus and could produce Yuan stone. Going to Shangclan City to hide was the first goal. Buying goo worms was the second. Fang Yuan's third goal, however, was not convenient to tell by Ningbing. This involved rock dissection. In a dark corner of a certain gambling den, a legendary goo was hidden in a rock. Fang Yuan had the rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada, the rank 9 Immortal Venerable Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, the Aptitude-Changing Blood Skull Goo, and the Bone Flesh Unity Goo. Not to mention the Bone Flesh Unity Goo, Blood Skull Goo had almost lost its value, because almost all the clansmen related to Fang Yuan's bloodline were dead. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Although it had outstanding effects, it had no prospects. Fang Yuan did not know the refinement recipe, and the higher Fang Yuan's cultivation, the less useful it would be. Spring-Autumn Cicada was even more nonsensical. Right now, it is still in hibernation. Use it, there is a risk. Don't use it. When it recovers, it will burst your aperture. This guy was a ticking time bomb. Spring-Autumn Cicada, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, Blood Skull Goo, and Bone Flesh Unity Goo were the 4 most valuable goo in Fang Yuan's possession. And these goo all had a common characteristic. That was, they were all goo worms used to assist cultivation. How much help did they bring to Fang Yuan? Big. Huge. But for Fang Yuan in terms of combat, it wasn't so obvious. But the goo in Shangclan City was different. It was a trump card for battle. With this goo and some other goo, it would be a complete set. Only then would Fang Yuan be considered to have been reborn, and he would have the posture of being invincible among those of the same level. He would have recovered a bit of the demonic path's glory from his previous life. There is still a long way to go to Shangclan City. Let's not talk about such a distant matter. You should first refine this bone-flesh unity goo. Fang Yuan changed the topic. After Bai Ningbing found out about Fang Yuan's plan, she felt slightly relieved. The more time she spent with Fang Yuan, the more she felt that Fang Yuan was too sinister and cunning. Especially his performance today. He was so simple and honest that even she was almost fooled. Not long ago, she had personally witnessed how Fang Yuan refined the bone-flesh unity goo, and thinking of Fang Yuan's performance, she felt a chill in her heart. She secretly reminded herself to be careful. That pitiful matriarch of the 100 clans was a good example. If she did not guard against Fang Yuan, who knows if one day she would be betrayed by Fang Yuan and would still be counting the money for him? Shaking her head, Bai Ningbing calmed her emotions and started to refine the bone-flesh unity goo. This pair of goo had a peculiar shape, one green and one red. Bai Ningbing chose the red one and activated her primeval essence. This bone-flesh unity goo had already been refined by Fang Yuan beforehand. Right now, Fang Yuan withdrew his consciousness and cooperated with Bai Ningbing. Without spending too much time, Zhang Xian managed to refine it easily. The moment she finished refining it, the bone-flesh unity goo underwent a change. This pair of interlocked jade bracelets suddenly vanished in the air. And almost at the same time, a ring mark appeared on Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's wrists. The difference was that the ring mark on Fang Yuan's left wrist was green, and the ring mark on Bai Ningbing's right wrist was red. A mysterious feeling rose up in the hearts of Fang and Bai at the same time. This feeling allowed Fang Yuan to sense Bai Ningbing, and at the same time, Bai Ningbing to sense Fang Yuan. It was as if they were connected by flesh and blood, inseparable. This feeling was not good, making Bai Ningbing feel disgusted as if she had eaten a fly. Fang Yuan's brows were also tightly furrowed. The scroll left behind by Grey Bone Scholar did not explain this point clearly. But Fang Yuan thought for a moment and felt relieved. This Grey Bone Scholar only did theoretical research. He has never used his experience. It is normal that he doesn't know. This feeling was only a minor detail. The next step was the main point. The two endured the strange feeling in their hearts and sat cross-legged on the bed facing each other, starting to dual cultivate. They stretched out their palms facing each other. To be safe, Fang Yuan, who had the weaker cultivation, started the experiment. He mobilized a portion of green copper primeval essence from his aperture and carefully poured it into Bai Ningbing's aperture strength. The green and red rings suddenly let out a bright light. The primeval essence, which originally carried a different aura, immediately changed into the same aura as Bai Ningbing after entering her aperture. It really worked. Bai Ningbing lightly shouted in joy. But I clearly mobilized 10% of my green copper primeval essence, but when it entered your aperture, only 6% was left, a reduction of 4%. Fang Yuan's observation was even more detailed. Bai Ningbing was not surprised. What's so hard to understand? Didn't that scroll say so? This bone-flesh unity goo, according to the depth of the relationship between the two who refined it, can be divided into 5 grades. From lowest to highest, they are flesh and blood mutual, flesh and blood bond, closes flesh and blood bond. She continued to analyze. If that pair of siblings became goo masters and refined it alone, based on their relationship, it should be the highest grade flesh and blood bond. If we refined it alone, based on our relationship, I'm afraid it would be the lowest grade flesh and blood bond. With both sides neutralizing each other, it is the flesh and blood bond that is neither high nor low. This bone-flesh unity goo referred to a series of goo. Similar to boar goo, there were black boar goo, white boar goo, pink boar goo, and so on. According to the scroll, the bone-flesh unity goo contained 5 types of goo worms. The lowest quality was the flesh and blood mutual. 10% of primeval essence could only be converted to 2%. Above that was the flesh and blood bond goo. 10% of primeval essence could be exchanged for 4%. As for the flesh and blood bond goo, it could be exchanged for 6% of primeval essence. At the next rank was the flesh and blood bond goo. After 10% of primeval essence was converted, there would be 8% left. As for the highest grade, the flesh and blood bond goo, it had 100% conversion without any consumption. Fang Yuan relied on his previous life's experience to modify the recipe and obtain the rank 3 flesh and blood bond goo. His luck was not bad. One had to know that it was extremely difficult to develop a secret recipe. It required many goo worms, continuous deductions, and experiments. Fang Yuan was able to modify it successfully because of the inspiration from his experience, and also because his luck was good. But he did not like to rely on luck. This was not because he was born to be a jinx and had bad luck. Fang Yuan's luck was like ordinary people, sometimes good, sometimes bad, but he did not like factors that were out of his control. He was a person with a strong desire to control. He liked to control the situation, control others, and of course, control himself. Let's do this. Next, it's your turn, Fang Yuan said. Overall, he was satisfied with the result of the flesh and blood bond goo. Bai Ningbing mobilized 10% of her snow-silver primeval essence and poured it into Fang Yuan's aperture. This time, it was incredible. Just now, Fang Yuan's dark green primeval essence had entered her aperture and formed a green water that floated on the surface of the sea. Soon, it was engulfed by the snow-silver tide. The primeval sea had only risen a little. Right now, 10% of her primeval essence had entered Fang Yuan's aperture, but before it entered the primeval sea, Fang Yuan's entire aperture was trembling. Fang Yuan quickly shouted for it to stop. This was not a problem with the flesh and blood bond goo, but his aperture was only at rank 1 upper stage, and there were hundreds of bone spear goo inside. If he were to store the snow-silver primeval essence, he would be in danger of collapsing. Bai Ningbing hesitated. If she poured in her primeval essence now, she might be able to burst Fang Yuan's aperture. But even if the aperture burst, the yang goo would be destroyed by Fang Yuan with a thought. She thought for a moment, and finally transferred the primeval essence back. This snow-silver primeval essence was originally 10%, but when it entered Fang Yuan's aperture, it changed its aura and was left with only 60%. Now that it returned to her aperture, it shrunk again and was left with 3.5%. This made Bai Ningbing inwardly sigh at the mystical nature of this flesh and blood bond goo. Fang Yuan moved the bone spear goo in his aperture into Bai Ning Bing's aperture, before continuing to take in the snow-silver primeval essence. When this snow-silver primeval essence was in Bai Ning Bing's body, it was still her aura. But once it entered Fang Yuan's body, it suddenly shrunk and turned into Fang Yuan's possession. This snow-silver primeval essence entered Fang Yuan's aperture and sank to the bottom, while his green-copper primeval essence could only helplessly float on top. The two coexisted peacefully without any problems. It was as if this white-silver primeval essence was originally produced in Fang Yuan's aperture. If it was a different type of primeval essence, such close contact would immediately cause an explosion and cause damage to the aperture. Thus, normal importation was like walking on a tightrope, extremely dangerous and exhausting. Fang Yuan tried to move this white-silver primeval essence to wash the surrounding aperture walls. Goo Masters were divided into 9 great realms, and each realm was further divided into initial stage, middle stage, upper stage, and peak stage. Initial stage was light membrane aperture walls, thin and flickering. Middle stage was water membrane aperture walls, flowing with light. Upper stage was stone membrane aperture walls, condensed and stable. Peak stage was crystal membrane aperture walls, clear and transparent. Fang Yuan was now at rank 1 upper stage, and the surrounding aperture walls were stone membrane. But when the snow-silver primeval essence washed over it, this layer of stone membrane could not withstand it and showed signs of trembling. Chapter 235. Fang Yuan quickly stopped in fright. Although he had used the liquor worm before, the liquor worm only cleansed his primeval essence and raised its quality by a small realm. When had he ever used such a huge difference in snow-silver primeval essence? Without a choice, Fang Yuan could only reduce the amount of primeval essence he used each time, and at the same time slow down the cleansing strength. To think that high-quality primeval essence has its drawbacks, Fang Yuan said with some distress. In the darkness, Bai Ning Bing could not help but roll her eyes when she heard this. What kind of opportunity was this? If others knew about this, they would probably slap Fang Yuan to death in anger. This was a blissful worry. 4 hours later, this 60% of snow-silver primeval essence was used up. Just this one round of cultivation had impressively caused the rough stone membrane to feel as if it had been polished and brightened. It was like a rough jade. After rough processing, it showed a smooth and round quality. Quick, quick. Use another 10% of primeval essence, Fang Yuan urged. Just like that, he spent the night cultivating. When the rooster crowed in the courtyard and the sky outside the window started to brighten, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. His eyes glowed brightly and revealed a strand of excitement that was difficult to conceal. Retracting his palm, he clenched his fist, rank 1 peak stage. It was this night's cultivation that allowed him to advance from rank 1 upper stage to rank 1 peak stage. What speed! Ever since Fang Yuan started cultivating, including his previous life, he had never felt so comfortable and carefree. He could not stop even if he wanted to. To make an analogy, when he was a C-grade talent, his cultivation was like a snail's crawl. After using the liquor worm, he could walk. With a grade talent and the heavenly essence treasure lotus, it was like he was running. Damn it, using this bone-flesh reunion goo, it was like growing 2 wings and flying. Bai Ning Bing's expression was one of shock from the bottom of her heart. She was extremely intelligent and quickly realized that this goo had another greater use. This goo is amazing. It might be able to break through a large realm. The liquor worm could only raise a small realm, and to break through a large realm, the goo master had to rely on their own primeval essence. Thus, aptitude was very important. But with this bone-flesh unity goo, when breaking through a large realm, one could borrow someone else's aperture. What kind of advantage was that? With this goo, Bai Goo Mountain is definitely worth it. Even if we sacrifice the heavenly essence treasure lotus, it will be worth it. At this moment, the morning light swept into the farmhouse. Bai Ning Bing sighed deeply. There are so many talents in the world. Grey Bone Scholar was only a rank 4 goo master, but he was able to develop bone-flesh unity goo. He was truly a genius. As long as a goo master had a title, they all had their own outstanding points. In comparison, Fong and Bai were still nameless people. The sun was blazing in the field. "Auntie, you should rest well. I'll help you." Fong Yuan snatched the hoe from the old lady's hand. Of course, the old lady couldn't compete with the young and strong Fong Yuan. She was even happier when the thing in her hand was taken away. She grinned and said, "Oh, where can I find a young man like you?" 2 days had passed since the first dual cultivation session. Their original plan was to stay for one night before leaving, but after using the bone-flesh unity goo, Fong Yuan enjoyed the pleasure of his cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. Thus, he decided to change his plans and at least break through to rank 2 before leaving. Anyway, there were still 2 to 3 years before that rock was found, so there was no hurry. Bai Ning Bing did not object. The difference between rank 2 and rank 1 was huge. Becoming a rank 2 Gu Master would be of great help to their future journey. Thus, the two stayed in the village and did not leave. The old lady also did not chase them away. In fact, she wanted nothing more than for Fong and Bai to stay here forever. They were so diligent in their work. Although one was a bit dumb and the other ugly, they were both honest children. Fong and Bai did some work during the day. One had the strength of 2 boars, while the other had the strength of a crocodile. They could be said to have divine strength among mortals. Doing some farm work was a piece of cake for them. Moreover, in an old lady's house, how could there be any heavy farm work? Every day, Fong and Bai only slept for about 2 hours, but they were still full of energy. This kind of living condition was like heaven compared to trekking in the wilderness, living in the wind and sleeping in the open, living in constant danger. Fong Yuan made good use of his time and threw himself into cultivation, as if he was addicted to it. Relying on the bone-flesh unity goo, his cultivation speed, using an idiom to describe it, was 1,000 li in a day. On the first night, he advanced to rank 1 peak stage. These days, he had been progressing steadily, and his aperture walls were already sparkling and translucent. According to this speed, he would probably break through to rank 2 in a few days. As the number of times he cultivated increased, the bone-flesh unity goo's position in Fong Yuan's heart rose rapidly, surpassing the blood skull goo and heavenly essence treasure lotus, second only to the spring-autumn cicada. There was no need to talk about the liquor worm. It could only advance a small realm and could not compare to the bone-flesh unity goo. As for the blood skull goo, the investment was too high and the return time was too long. The heavenly essence treasure lotus was good, but it could only provide help to a lone goo master. As for the bone-flesh unity goo, according to Bai Ning Bing, it was a goo that could change the world. These words were not exaggerated at all, and were deeply acknowledged by Fong Yuan. The bone-flesh unity goo's rank was low. Even a rank 1 or 2 goo master could use it. Although there were many fusion requirements, the standard was not high. With a clan's foundation, it was easy to refine this goo. This goo had no attraction to lone goo masters, but to clans and sects, it was a divine weapon. Using this method, the clan elders could guide the younger generation, reducing the time and funds needed to nurture a goo master by many times. With the bone-flesh unity goo, it was no longer nurturing goo masters, but creating them in batches. This was the difference between heaven and earth. Because of this goo, Fong Yuan had even wavered yesterday and had the impulse to change his rebirth plan. He wanted to turn fighting alone into building a force. Speaking of which, an organization was just a tool to be used. Fong Yuan had established the Bloodwing Demon sect in his previous life, and if he wanted to establish a force in this life, it would be a walk in the park. But there was only one goal in establishing a force, and that was to occupy territory and resources, relying on layers of control to gather the strength of others for one's own cultivation. Goo Master cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. It was a process of accumulation and naturally required resources. Thus, rank 5 Goo Masters and below would have an easier time cultivating with the help of an organization. Once they reached rank 6 and above, they would undergo a qualitative change and transcend mortals to immortals, gathering the heavenly power into their bodies, and the organization would be useless. Knowing this, it was easy to understand Fong Yuan's plan. In his previous life, Fong Yuan had established the Bloodwing Demon sect to gather resources. In this life, he knew about all kinds of hidden inheritances, and could monopolize these resources to rush to rank 6 faster and more freely. What was the point of wasting so much time and energy to build a faction? But now that he had the bone-flesh unity goo, it would be much faster and more convenient to establish a force. The investment was less, but the results were faster. Creating goo masters in batches could quickly form a force. However, Fang Yuan thought about it carefully. Until this morning, his urge to establish a force had completely dissipated. If he really relied on the bone-flesh unity goo to establish a force, he would be courting death. Such a divine weapon, once exposed, would definitely attract the greed of all the large forces. Not to mention him starting from scratch, even a clan leader with some foundation would not dare to use the bone-flesh unity goo wantonly. It would attract too much jealousy. Even Wu clan, the #1 clan in southern border, would not dare to use it alone. Fang Yuan estimated the conditions to use the bone-flesh unity goo on a large scale. It would require Wu clan, Fei clan, Tai clan, Shang clan, these huge forces to form an alliance. Only then would they be able to resist the greed of the world. If I want to establish a force, I'm afraid the moment I make any progress, I will be surrounded and killed. By then, even if I manage to escape, my painstakingly built foundation would be wasted. In the end, I would become a stray dog and be hunted by everyone. Fang Yuan had completely calmed down. He knew this path was a dead end, and he was firm in his decision to fight alone in this life. But speaking of which, Bai Hua and Bai Sheng were wise enough. In my previous life, they used the bone-flesh unity goo to grow into the righteous path duo stars. But they did not use this strength to establish Bai clan's force, adding on their intentional misdirection. Although the reputation of the bone-flesh unity goo spread, the world greatly underestimated this goo's effect. Fang Yuan recalled it now, and suddenly realized the wisdom of this pair of righteous path duo. In this trip to Baigu Mountain, he was able to kill this pair of genius siblings while they were still growing. It was a huge harvest. But Fang Yuan had another thought. This bone-flesh unity goo can only be used by 2 people who have fused it. Bai Sheng and Bai Hua must have used the fusion method on the scroll. Without my tampering method, the difficulty of fusing the bone-flesh unity goo would greatly increase. Maybe they did not even think of this possibility. The more he thought about it, the more Fang Yuan felt his head aching. He hoed the field under the hot sun as he shook his head, collecting his scattered thoughts. After all, these things were no longer important. There was no use thinking about it. Unfortunately, I do not have thinking goo, comet heart goo, exquisite goo, thoughts like lightning goo and other goo worms that can help me think. At the very least, a bookworm would suffice. It seems I can only buy them when I get to Shang Clan City. The old lady's field was small to begin with, and Fang Yuan quickly hoed half of it. Bai Ningbing was interested and took the initiative to do it. When she was at Qingmao Mountain, she had seen farmers hoeing their fields. But at that time, she was still muddle-headed. But now that she was there, she wanted to experience the wonders. At 10:00 in the evening, the 2 ate in front of the old lady's house. "You must be hungry. There are sweet potatoes in the pot. Make sure you eat your fill." The old lady smiled as she scooped 2 bowls of rice. This rice was not the rice from the rice bag grass, but coarse grains. But Fang and Bai were not picky people. "Eat slowly. I have good news to tell you." On the dining table, the old lady smiled mysteriously. Chapter 236. "Auntie, what's the good news?" Fang Yuan immediately asked naively. Just as he asked, an old man walked in from outside. Bai Ningbing squinted her eyes secretly. This old man was a goo master. However, he only had rank 1 initial stage cultivation, and looked old and clumsy. There was nothing to worry about. "Young lad, this is our village head," the old lady introduced. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing quickly stood up. Fang Yuan scratched his head, appearing somewhat uneasy. "Lord Village Head, I am." Before he finished his introduction, the village head smiled and waved his hand. "I know you too, outsiders." Goo masters could sense aura between each other. But Fang and Bai had the breath concealment goo in their ears. The goo master's aura was concealed. At least the village head could not see through it. These 2 outsiders, The old village head had received the villagers' report a few days ago, but he did not take it to heart. In the past few days, other than Fong and Bai, there were also many people who had stayed in the village for the night. Just come. Why did you bring anything? The old lady grumbled. The old village head did not come empty-handed. He held a skewer of fish. This was caught in the pond this morning. Your teeth are not good. Drink some fish soup. It can nourish your body. The old village head laughed. The old lady rolled her eyes at him, taking the fish. I will go to the kitchen to make the fish soup. Her voice was filled with joy. Bai Ningbing could not tell from the two's expressions and tone, but Fong Yuan's gaze flickered, understanding in his heart. This old man and the old lady were probably in love at twilight. Auntie, let me do it. Fong Yuan immediately said. Sit down and talk. There's good news. The old lady hurriedly waved her hand, gesturing for Fong and Bai to sit. I have already told your matter to the village. Our village head is a Gu master. He can help you. Gu master. Fong Yuan's eyes opened wide, clearly stunned on the spot. Bai Ningbing saw his expression and almost could not help but roll her eyes. She also tried her best to look surprised, but it was obvious that she was far inferior to Fong Yuan. She was well aware of this. When the old village head saw Fong Yuan's expression, he laughed heartily. He suddenly felt that this ugly man was somewhat adorable. As for Bai Ningbing, she seemed to be in a daze. In comparison, the old village chief preferred Fong Yuan. You two youngsters, take a seat. Don't be so reserved. He waved his hand and sat down first. Fong Yuan fidgeted for a moment before he sat down, panting nervously. Bai Ningbing also learned from behind him, but it seemed a little unnatural. The old village head didn't suspect anything. I heard that you came here to sell herbs and cured meat, but you ran into a wild beast. Bad luck. Your auntie has already told me that you guys have helped her so much here. I have some purple maple leaves here. A few days later, a caravan arrived. Take these purple maple leaves and sell them. Maybe you can get back some money. When Bai Ningbing heard this, she immediately lost interest. So this was the good thing the old granny was talking about. This. Fong Yuan was so happy that he stuttered. His eyes teared up as he choked, Village Lord. You are really a good person, a very good person. The old village head patted this demon's shoulder and said with sympathy, You don't need to say these words. Who doesn't have times when they are down and out? But I can't give these to you for free, otherwise the villagers will have an opinion. How about this? You guys come to the east side of the village to hoe the fields. After 7 days, the caravan will arrive. He was quite grateful to Fong and Bai. He was a mortal born and raised in this village, and was childhood sweethearts with the old granny. But the world is fickle, and the old granny married someone else. During a caravan transaction, a Gu master saw that he was quick-witted and gave him some pointers, making him a Gu master. Because of this, he became the village head. Although he still had feelings for the old granny, they were old people with children, and it would have a bad influence on them, so they didn't interact too much. Although he was the village head, he couldn't help the old granny too openly. He had secretly observed them, and felt that Fong and Bai had good temperaments. They were hard-working and honest children, but their luck was a little bad. Thus, when the old granny told him, he immediately agreed to help Fong Yuan. When you were eating, you promised the old village head. Don't tell me you really want to hoe the fields for 7 days and that cart of purple maple leaves? In the house at night, Bai Ningbing asked in confusion. The purple maple leaves are naturally not my true goal. Didn't you hear earlier? There is a caravan passing through here. Fong Yuan replied. So what? Didn't you mention that there are caravans passing through Ziyu Mountain all year round? The caravans sometimes pass once a year, sometimes once every half a year. I just didn't expect there to be a caravan in such a short time. I've just been beating around the bush. This caravan travels from east to west. Even if they don't reach Shangclan City, they are going in the same direction as us. Bai Ningbing realized, You want to join the caravan and borrow their strength to reach Shangclan City? She thought for a while, and felt that this was a good idea. First, the Earth communication eargrass was destroyed, and they lacked investigative goo worms. It would be troublesome for them to move on their own. Secondly, if they committed a crime, the Bai clan would definitely pursue them and would not let them go. Joining the caravan was a good way to cover their tracks. Finally, they had the breath concealment goo and could disguise as mortals. The caravan was on guard against foreign goo masters, but they were not so vigilant against mortals. Even if they were discovered, it would not be a big deal. At that time, one rank 3 and one rank 2, they would have the ability to escape. The leader of the caravan was usually rank 3. A rank 4 leader like Jafu was rarely seen. But even if we disguise as mortals, it would be impossible for us to casually join the caravan, right? Bai Ningbing thought for a while, still having some misgivings. Feng Yuan chuckled. Of course we can't casually join the caravan. Even mortals need a guarantor. But I think the old village head will help us solve this problem. Bai Ningbing felt relieved, letting go of her worries. That's true. I was worried for nothing. With Feng Yuan's craftiness, how could he miss this point? She thought in her heart. All right, 7 days later, I will definitely break through to rank 2 initial stage. But other than this, I think it is time to use the iron bone goo and jade bone goo. Bai Ningbing curled her lips, not minding. I said I wanted to use them earlier, but you didn't agree. I have raised them for so many days and wasted a lot of milk spring water. Feng Yuan sighed. Young man, you are ignorant and fearless. You don't know the pain in this. Tonight we will not dual cultivate. Restwell and I will use the iron bone goo tomorrow night. The next day, Feng and Bai went to the east side of the village to work as promised. Feng Yuan specially worked from morning until sunset. He concealed his great strength in his body. This amount of exercise was not worth mentioning, but it was enough to make the other farmers look at him in a different light, even looking up to him. At night, he sat cross-legged on the bed, sinking his mind and pouring his primeval essence into the iron bone goo in his aperture. This goo was like a bone, round at both ends and slender in the middle. Its whole body was black, like it was made of steel. This goo was a rank 3 goo, instantly consuming a large amount of primeval essence to activate. Feng Yuan was a mere rank 1 goo. He could not use it. But Bai Ningbing poured in a lot of white-silver primeval essence, giving him the qualifications to use it. The borrowed snow silver primeval essence was almost completely used up. All of it was poured into the iron bone goo. This goo first let out a black light, before melting into a liquid iron, flying out of the aperture and fusing into Feng Yuan's bones. Pain. Intense pain. Unimaginable pain. Feng Yuan felt like his heart was being branded by a hot iron. Wherever the liquid iron flowed to, that bone would feel like it was being roasted on charcoal. This pain was so deep that it made Feng Yuan's expression distort. Immediately after, cold sweat appeared on Feng Yuan's forehead, and in a moment, his whole body was drenched in sweat. After a while, Feng Yuan could not hold on any longer, letting out groaning sounds. Bai Ningbing's expression changed. In the darkness, she could not see Feng Yuan's expression and condition, but from this suppressed sound, she could tell the pain was no small matter. She knew how strong Feng Yuan's willpower was. Even when his whole body was shrouded in flames, he did not make a sound. Right now, after using the iron bone goo, he let out such a sound. It could be seen how intense the pain was. Goo masters nurture, use, and refine. And in terms of use, some goo's usage was extremely special. The iron bone goo was like this. Once used, it would cause extreme pain. But this pain could only be endured. If he fainted midway, all his previous efforts would be in vain. In history, many famous goo masters had died from the pain of using goo worms like the iron bone goo. Feng Yuan clenched his teeth and persevered. He could not endure the torrential pain, letting out a few groans from his nose. In the end, he was in so much pain that his whole body was numb, and his teeth felt weak from clenching. When all the bones in his body were dyed black by the iron liquid, he finally relaxed. And almost at the same time, a strong wave of dizziness hit him. His vision turned black, and he almost fainted. But he held on, taking a few breaths and lying down. Finished. In the darkness, Bai Ningbing probed. Of course. Feng Yuan breathed in. His voice was hoarse but calm. Go to sleep. We still have work tomorrow. Bai Ningbing saw that Feng Yuan was still conscious, but she was actually very disappointed. If he fainted, she might be able to get the Yanggu. But that's not right. The Yanggu is in Fang Yuan's aperture. I don't have any special methods. How can I take it out? Thinking of this, some of her dark thoughts dispersed. But on the second day, Fang Yuan did not get up to work, instead lazing around on the bed. The pain was still tormenting him. As long as he moved, the intense pain was like a hacksaw, mercilessly sawing at his nerves. The pain temporarily dominated him, making him weak and powerless. Not to mention farm work, he could not even walk on the ground. Bai Ningbing realized that last night, Fang Yuan was just putting up a facade. She did the farm work alone that day. That night, Fang Yuan recovered to a state where he could move. Bai Ningbing did not believe it, and also used the jade bone goo. Only then did she know how much pain Fang Yuan was enduring. Even someone as prideful as her could not help but groan in pain, even tearing the bedsheets. But in the end, her whole body trembled as she persevered to the end. Realizing her success, under the assault of intense dizziness, she laid down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 237. On the second day, it was Bai Ningbing's turn to lie on the bed, unable to move due to the pain. Fang Yuan had mostly recovered and went to the east of the village to plow the fields. The old granny walked into the house and expressed her concern. Bai Ningbing immediately said that she was fine. She was probably tired from yesterday's work and would be fine after a day of rest. The old granny smiled meaningfully. I am indeed a little tired. You guys have been making a lot of noise these 2 days. I heard it all. What? Bai Ningbing did not understand. Miss, don't hide it from me. I already knew. The old granny smiled. Bai Ningbing's pupils contracted. Was her identity exposed? How was that possible? A murderous intent brewed in her heart, but she could not bear to do it. She could coldly watch the Bai siblings being burned to death, but that was because the Bai clan was destined to be their enemy. Although she was proud, she was not like Fang Yuan, who was unscrupulous. She could not bear to kill those who were indebted to her. The old granny in front of her was like this, and so was the previous leader of the Bai clan. The old granny did not notice Bai Ningbing's thoughts. She grabbed Bai Ningbing's hand and patted it lightly. Miss, I can see that no man has a butt and waist like yours. No wonder you wear a straw hat and don't like to talk. Although I'm old, I'm still a woman. We women have an advantage over those stinky men. We're more attentive. Bai Ningbing did not know what to say. The old granny was very enthusiastic and said in an understanding tone, I understand. You're a woman after all. You have to disguise yourself like this when you're outside. Otherwise, it would be bad if something happened to you. Bai Ningbing was speechless. She hated it when people used the word woman to provoke her. However, she felt helpless against the warm and honest old granny. The old granny smiled until her eyes squinted. Suddenly, she lowered her voice. You two must be a couple. Annie has heard what you've been doing these past 2 nights. I'm not trying to lecture you, but you have to take it easy when doing that kind of thing. These words were like a bolt out of the blue. Bai Ningbing's expression froze as if she had been struck by lightning. Auntie, it's not what you think. After a long time, she squeezed out these words with great difficulty. Her expression was extremely stiff. Aya, why are you so embarrassed? It's nothing. You can say anything to Ani. I've lived for so long. What haven't I seen? The old lady blinked her eyes and grinned. Then, her gaze fell on the bedsheet. Bai Ningbing followed her gaze and suddenly felt like dying. But then again, this bedsheet was indeed torn by her. Then, the old lady said a lot of things to her, but Bai Ningbing's mind was in a mess, and she didn't listen to a single word. At noon, when Fang Yuan came back for lunch, the old lady stopped him at the door and kindly reminded him, Young man, your wife has already told me. Young people were hot-tempered, but they also had to take care of their bodies, and they had to take care of their wives even more. Do you remember what Annie said? What? Fang Yuan opened his mouth wide, unable to react for a moment. The old lady smacked her lips in dissatisfaction and helplessness. You're good at everything, but you're too simple and honest. If you're so honest, you'll lose out when you brag. If Guyue's clan, Divine Investigator Tai, 100 Flowers and 100 Lives heard this, they might be so angry that they would come back to life. Fang Yuan stood on the spot in a daze. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he finally reacted. "Oh, this matter, He scratched his head and laughed foolishly, nodding his head. "Auntie, you're right, I understand." At the dining table, he saw Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked at him coldly. Her entire body seemed to be emitting an icy aura, and the corner of Fang Yuan's eyes kept twitching. This matter reminded Fang Yuan of something. Fang Yuan could act like whatever he wanted. That was because he had rich experiences and broad horizons. But Bai Ningbing wasn't, so there was a flaw in her disguise. Fortunately, this flaw was very small. In this world, when mortal women wanted to travel, they would indeed disguise as men to reduce the danger. Even though he was sick of this misunderstanding, Fang Yuan had to admit that this misunderstanding was even better at concealing his identity. Bai Ningbing's mood became extremely terrible. That night, she questioned Fang Yuan again when he would give her the Yanggu. Fang Yuan could only answer clearly. Once he reached rank 3, he would give it to her. Bai Ningbing snorted. She understood Fang Yuan. She would rather die than believe Fang Yuan's honesty. But now, she had no way to take the Yanggu by force. "When I reach Shangclan City, I need to buy a poison vow gu. 3 hands gu. Grand snatch gu is also fine." Thinking so, Bai Ningbing felt even more urgency to get to Shangclan City. Other than cooperative cultivation, Fang Yuan's cultivation content had increased by a whole new level. That was to use the crocodile strength gu to cultivate his strength. Speaking of which, it was out of Fang Yuan's expectations that he could raise the crocodile strength gu until now. The greatest contributor to the war was still the Bai clan. It was because of the crocodile meat from Bai clan that Fang Yuan could raise the crocodile strength gu until now. Otherwise, it would have died from lack of food. The crocodile strength gu was similar to the black and white boar gu, permanently increasing the gu master's strength. But before rank 6, the gu master's body was still immortal. It was like a bowl, it could not contain a lake. The gu master's body had a limit. Thus, Fang Yuan could not use the crocodile strength gu before. Fortunately, he obtained the iron bone gu and jade bone gu from Baigu Mountain. These 2 gu were consumption-type gu. Each had their own merits, their value was about the same, and they could permanently increase the gu master's body constitution. The choice of gu would determine the gu master's future development. There were many considerations when gu masters used gu. Some gu could not be used together, while some gu together had an outstanding effect. For example, Bai Ningbing had once used the ice muscles gu, thus her skin was ice muscles. Ice muscles stopped perspiration and stopped bleeding, thus Bai Ningbing could no longer use gu worms like the blood sweat gu. And after she used the jade bone gu, her mortal bones became jade bones. Ice muscles, jade bones, the 2 complemented each other. It was an excellent combination. Everyone's needs were different, ice muscles and jade bones suited Bai Ningbing, but not Fang Yuan. Considering the legendary gu worm in Shangclan City, in Fang Yuan's plan, the combination effect he wanted the most was steel tendons and iron bones. Being able to obtain the iron bone gu from Baigu Mountain, to him, it was very satisfying. After using the iron bone gu, Fang Yuan's bones were as hard as steel. With the strengthening of his body, he could already bear the strength of a crocodile on top of the strength of 2 boars. His strength continued to increase. 7 days passed in a flash. According to the original agreement, Fang and Bai obtained a cart of purple maple leaves from the old village head. These goods were very cheap. A cart could not even be sold for 2 yuan stone. Fang Yuan did not take it to heart. This was only a stepping stone for him to hide his identity and follow the caravan. The caravan's arrival was 3 days later than the old village head had expected. Only on the 9th day did the caravan appear. The originally peaceful mountain village suddenly became lively. The caravan was huge. Black-skinned fat beetles the size of buses crawled slowly with goods and people on them. Beside them, colorful ostriches were dragging carts. Large mountain spiders had cargo boxes tied to their bodies. Winged snakes slithered around. Toads carried huge bags. These gu mounts formed the main body of the caravan. Other than that, there were also large numbers of mortals driving carts with oxen and horses, or carrying bamboo bags. This year's caravan is finally here. Every time I see these snakes, I feel afraid. Lord Goo Masters are really amazing. To be able to make such fierce snakes listen to you. I hope the cured meat can be sold. I don't expect to get a high price. I will be satisfied with a few yuan stone fragments. That's right. Our luck is not as good as outsiders. The village head is too biased. That is a cart full of purple maple leaves. He gave it away just like that. The villagers set up many temporary stalls at the village entrance. Fong and Bai dragged a cart full of purple maple leaves, mixed in among them. Some of these people were from the village. Some came from other villages, bringing their own goods. Where there were people, there would be conflicts of interest. Even though Fong and Bai had been hoeing the fields in the east of the village for 7 days, a cart full of purple maple leaves still made many villagers jealous. Fong Yuan naturally did not care about these words. He secretly observed the caravan members. This caravan was a mixed group, formed by many clans and forces. Unlike the Jia clan caravan, the main body was the Jia clan. In this caravan, other than the publicly elected leader, there were a dozen deputy leaders, like an alliance army. This was good news to Fong Yuan. The more complicated the caravan structure, the easier it was for him to sneak in. Hey, how much are you selling this cart of purple maple leaves? Soon, someone came to ask for the price. 2.5 pieces of yuan stone. Fong Yuan said, 2.5 pieces of yuan stone? You might as well rob. The person's eyes widened. Buy or not? Bai Ningbing said, Humph. The person flicked his sleeves and left. If they really sold this cart of goods, what excuse could Fong and Bai use to join the caravan? Thus, they purposely did this, and in a short while, they angered 3 people who wanted to buy. Until the evening, this cart of purple maple leaves was still unsold. On the contrary, more than half of the medicinal herbs, cured meat, milk, and so on were sold. After all, the caravan had a large number of people. These things needed to be replenished. Many people wanted to see Fong and Bai as a joke. Some even started to mock and ridicule them. There were also kind-hearted people who reminded them to lower their prices. But Fong and Bai ignored them. When night fell, Fong Yuan pretended to be dejected, pulling the cart of purple maple leaves to the old village head's house. The old village head asked about the situation and sighed. You guys, I clearly told you. It's good enough to buy 2 pieces of yuan stone. You can even sell 1.5 pieces of yuan stone. Why didn't you listen to me? Why did you have to sell it for 2.5 pieces? Chapter 238. You should know, there are many purple maple leaves on Ziyu Mountain. The reason why those people buy them is because it is convenient and saves time to collect them. Sigh, it is pointless to tell you. Forget it, forget it. The old village head shook his head and sighed. Fong Yuan scratched his head. We wanted to sell more yuan stone, firstly to recoup our losses, and secondly to show our filial piety to the elders. But who could have thought that after so much effort, we still couldn't sell them? His voice was anxious, with a hint of sobbing. Hearing his words, the old village head's heart softened, the resentment in his heart dissipating by half. Fong Yuan continued, Lord Village Head, don't be anxious. We have decided to follow the caravan tomorrow. If we lower the price, we will be able to sell them. Follow the caravan? Who allowed you to follow the caravan? The old village head stared at them. Fong Yuan said matter-of-factly, I saw many mortals in the caravan. If they can follow, why can't we? The old village head held his forehead. Those are the servants of Lord Gu Master. Do you think a caravan can be casually followed by anyone? What if criminals sneak in? Ah! Fong Yuan opened his mouth wide, stunned on the spot. Then what do we do? The caravan is leaving tomorrow morning. Sigh. The old man sighed deeply. Forget it. We will help them to the end. Tomorrow morning, I will ask for help. Whether you can join the caravan or not will depend on your luck. The sun had just risen, and there were still a few stars left in the light blue sky. Looking from afar, Ziyu Mountain was covered in dark purple, quiet and mysterious. After a night's rest, the caravan was ready to set off. Check all the goods. Are the ropes tied tight? If one item drops on the way, I will flog you 100 times. Quick, quick, quick. Feed all of our black-skinned fat beetles. The Gu Masters commanded loudly, causing the mortal servants to scatter around in panic. Some had a bad temper, holding whips in their hands, whipping whoever was slow. Some loved their goo worms and fed them personally. Lord Chun. The old village chief bowed and saluted one of the deputy leaders of the caravan. Oh, old Zhang, I'm busy. If you have something to say, say it. This goo master Chan said. It's like this, I have 2 juniors who are doing some small business. Before the old village head finished speaking, Chungu Master suddenly shouted, Chinexai, what are you doing? He hurriedly went to feed Serpent Wing. Do you expect those servants to feed you well? That winged serpent of yours has already swallowed 3 servants these days. Yes, Master Elder. Chun Xian shrugged his head as he was caught. Chungu Master did not let him off, reprimanding. How many times have I told you to call me Old Lord in the village, but in the caravan, you have to call me Vice Leader? Yes, Vice Leader. Chun Xian replied and flew away. That rascal. Chungu Master grumbled angrily, turning towards the old village head. What did you say just now? Oh, you want to guarantee that the 2 juniors will join the caravan? Lord is wise, that's right. The old village head quickly replied. Is that so? Chungu Master purposely muttered to himself. The old village head was turned into a goo master by him. It was to place one of his own people in this place where the caravan had to pass through. When the caravan travels, those villages are the focal points of the trade, but the mortal villages along the way cannot be neglected. They are also very important. There are many people in the caravan. A lot of daily necessities have to be replenished along the way. There are also the servants. When the caravan encounters danger and some servants die, lacking manpower, the caravan would have to choose mortals from the villages along the way. Speaking of which, Chungu Master's servants were already insufficient. In the caravan, mortals' lives were cheap. They were just expendable resources that could be used to speak and move around. In the future, when I pass through Ziyu Mountain, I will still need old Zhang. If I don't agree, wouldn't I disappoint him? Coincidentally, I am also lacking manpower, but I cannot agree so easily. I need to weigh the pros and cons before I can sell them well. Just as Chen Gu Master was thinking, a messenger Gu Master of the caravan ran over. He held a stack of paper in his hand, shouting as he ran, Pay attention, a new arrest warrant. There is a new arrest warrant. As he shouted, he placed the paper on a black-skinned fat beetle's body. New arrest warrant? Which family? How much is the reward? Let me see. Chen Gu Master was interested. Yes, Vice Leader. The messenger Gu Master quickly handed over a piece of paper. Chen Gu Master looked at it. Oh, it is the Bai clan's arrest warrant. As long as the information is correct, it will be 1,000 yuan stone? So high. Chen Gu Master's eyes brightened. He was interested. There were usually 2 prices on the arrest warrant. One was the information price, and the other was the price to haggle. The price of 1,000 primeval stones was usually for those Devil Dao people who had made a name for themselves. However, the portraits on this wanted poster were of 2 young people. Both of them had good facial features, and one of them was even very beautiful. A man and a woman. These were 2 newbies. One is a rank 1 Gu Master, the other is rank 3. The information price is 1,000 yuan stone, and the haggle price is 5,800. TSK. It seems Bai clan hates these 2 demonic scoundrels to the core. Hee. Chungu Master laughed in schadenfreude. It was not Qin clan anyway. He had no idea that these 2 demonic scoundrels were already near him. The old village head also took a look at the arrest warrant, his heart shuddering. The world of Gu Masters is really dangerous. Such a beautiful young man is actually a criminal or a demon. Let's hope they won't come to our village. All right, seeing that you have worked so hard for so many years, I will agree to your request. Chungu Master said, Thank you, Lord. Lord, I will call them over now. The old village head was overjoyed. Chungu Master waved his hand. No need. I am very busy. Tell them to report to Chen Xian. He had no interest in meeting these 2 mortals. At the same time, he did not associate the person in front of him with the arrest warrant in his hand. After all, this was the Bai clan's arrest warrant, and the Bai clan village was thousands of li away. Chungu Master subconsciously felt that his side was very safe. This was a very common thought process. Even in modern Earth, when a murder happened in a provincial capital, no matter how vicious it was, people from other provincial capitals would not feel too much danger, even with modern transportation. Besides this, there was also the wishful thinking. In this boundless world, there are countless living beings. Why did these two scoundrels escape to my place? Then my luck is too bad. This is impossible. People always feel that unfortunate things will not happen to them. Furthermore, there were many arrest warrants. Many of them were demonic path leaders, either vicious or eccentric, attracting everyone's attention. Like Fong and Bai, these two newbies, one rank 3 and one rank 1. What could they achieve? When Chen Xian saw Fong and Bai, he did not associate them with the arrest warrant at all. Fong and Bai's appearances had changed greatly, not mentioning the disfigured Fong Yuan. Bai Ningbing also looked presentable after these days of practice. Chen Xian lost interest at first glance, especially when he saw Fong Yuan's appearance, which made him feel even more disgusted. He was only a rank 1, while Fong Yuan had advanced to rank 2 a few days ago. Chen Xian hurriedly identified them, but did not feel any Gu Master aura, so he called an old butler and asked him to arrange Fong and Bai's work. "What are your names?" the old butler asked. At this time, someone finally asked for their names. "I am He Tu, my wife is Bai Yun," Fong Yuan casually said. "Female." The old butler turned around and frowned. He stared at Bai Ningbing, looking at her dark and swarthy appearance. She was actually called Bai Yun? This He Tu was really ugly. Women are troublesome. You guys have to be careful. If something happens, don't blame me for not warning you. The old butler said. "I know. I have a cart with purple maple leaves on it. My wife will stay on the cart and take care of the goods. We don't want to interact with others." Fong Yuan said. Good that you know." The old butler arranged for them to unload the goods. But to Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing, it was simply not worth mentioning. Bai Ningbing, on the other hand, had to pretend to be out of breath and was somewhat tired. Not far away, a few servants took the chance to slack off and sat around to rest. Everyone's gazes were fixed on Fong and Bai. "Brother Chong, there are two newcomers." Someone saw that they even brought their own goods. "That is a cart full of purple maple leaves," a skinny servant said excitedly. Exploiting newcomers that had just joined was the custom of the old caravan. Brother Chong squatted on the ground and squinted his eyes. "I saw it." "Skinny monkey, go test them first." His physique was robust like an ox, with well-developed chest muscles, but he was not rash. In this world where Gu masters were revered, the bravery of mortals was not worth mentioning. To be able to become the center of this small circle, he naturally had some intelligence. Skinny monkey sighed and walked to Fong Yuan's side under everyone's gaze. "Brother, where did you come from?" "Everyone calls me Brother Monkey. In the future when we work together, we need to take care of each other." Skinny monkey smiled. Fong Yuan glanced at him and said only one word. "Scram." Skinny monkey's eyes widened and showed an angry expression. Fong Yuan did not look at him and continued to move the goods. He had been in a caravan in his previous life and was very clear of the filth involved. In slang, Skinny monkey was stepping on the plate. He first used words to probe Fong Yuan's background. If he did not have any background, then he would gang up and bully him, exploiting him for some benefits. In fact, not only mortals, even Gu masters were the same, just that most of them looked more elegant when they ate. Venturing alone was to fight with wild beasts. Moving in groups was to fight with their own kind. Where there were benefits, there would be fights. The space was only so big. Everyone wanted to live a better life and have more space to move around, but what could they do? They could only invade other people's space. Skinny monkey did not expect Fong Yuan to not give him face. He stood on the spot and stared at him fiercely. Fong Yuan did not care about such a small character. Mortals were like grass, even if he killed one or two. So what? As long as it did not affect the delivery, the Gu masters above would not care. If they really cared, Fong Yuan naturally had his own methods to settle this matter. In short, provoking Fong Yuan, these servants were simply looking for death. "What? Still not scramming? Do you want me to leave?" Fong Yuan coldly glanced at Skinny Monkey. Skinny Monkey snorted, but did not dare to act up, returning in defeat. Chapter 239. The caravan traveled for a day, and in the evening, they chose to stop near a mountain valley. This guy's luck was pretty good. He only encountered 3 small beast groups. After killing 2 of them and expelling one, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Other than some losses, the gains from slaughtering the beast groups were actually quite profitable. The evening sky was filled with the afterglow of sunset. Red, orange, grape gray, eggplant purple. The sunset clouds were dazzling. The colors were mixed and constantly changing. Sometimes it was like a roaring lion. Sometimes it was like a galloping horse. And sometimes it was like a blooming sea of flowers. The sunset light shone on the emerald green mountain valley. In the mountain valley, the caravan had arranged a small area in a certain corner, and it was noisy. Come, take a look, the fresh beast meat we just slaughtered today. Buttermilk, fragrant and sweet buttermilk. There are only 10 pieces of clothing left, clearance sale. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were also in the crowd. They dragged their handcart and occupied an area. On the left was a stall selling wild vegetables, and on the right was a stall selling milk. Bai Ningbing looked around with interest. To think there would be such a small market in the caravan. There will be transactions when there is consumption, and consumption will stimulate the market. Fang Yuan replied. Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered. These words were really incisive. She looked at Fang Yuan. These purple maple leaves, are you going to sell them all? Fang Yuan nodded slightly. I have already joined the caravan. I can casually sell these purple maple leaves. Keeping them in my hands will instead attract the greed of some scoundrels. Moreover, purple maple leaves were not easy to preserve. Only a day had passed, but the purple maple leaves on Fang Yuan's cart were already showing signs of withering. As time passed, their value would become lower and lower. Of course, it was just 2 yuan stone. Fang Yuan naturally did not care. But throwing them away casually did not suit their current status and would arouse suspicion. There are 2 types of small markets in the caravan. The one we are participating in is only the transactions between mortals. It happens every day. The other type is the transactions between Gu masters, once every 7 days. Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes shone under the shadow of the straw hat. If we can participate in the Gu master's small market, it will be helpful to us. There is still a long way to go before we reach Shangclan City. To prevent any sudden incidents, we need at least 1 investigative Gu. I already have a plan for that, but it's still too early. Fang Yuan smiled confidently as he thought of something in the tusita flower. The 2 of them were talking in low voices. A male servant hobbled over. His clothes were ragged and his face was covered in blood. He looked like a beggar. Walking to the stall next to Fang Yuan's, he looked at the clay pot filled with milk and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Brother, can I have a sip of milk? Go. Don't get in the way of my business. The milkman waved his hand impatiently. The servant had no choice but to move to the front of Fang and Bai's handcart, 2 brothers. Before he could finish, Fang Yuan stepped forward, lifted his leg, and kicked him over. He shouted fiercely, "Scram!" The servant was kicked to the ground, his tattered clothes covered in black mud. His wounds were also affected, causing him to grimace in pain. He climbed up with difficulty and stared at Fang Yuan with a hateful gaze. All right, I'll remember this. We are all mortals. Who hasn't met with misfortune one day? Fang Yuan's expression turned cold, and he kicked again. Slap. The servant fell to the ground again. Try saying another word? Fang Yuan looked down from above. The servant stared at Fang Yuan fiercely and climbed up, not daring to be long-winded. But immediately after, he was kicked down by Fang Yuan again. I don't like the look in your eyes. Fang Yuan crossed his arms, his voice cold. The servant lowered his head, not daring to look at Fang Yuan again. He quietly climbed up, not daring to continue begging, and walked away. Looking at his departing figure, Bai Ningbing asked in confusion, Strange, why is there a beggar in the caravan? This is normal. This servant must have made a mistake, or his master is in a bad mood today. In any case, he was beaten up by a Gu master, and his meals were cancelled. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders, but his gaze coldly glanced at a corner not far away. In the corner, 3 to 4 strong servants were capturing new faces, planning how to bully them. After seeing the situation at Fang Yuan's side, Their gazes swept towards other targets. Mortals had cheap lives, and their status was extremely low. Survival was difficult, like walking on a tightrope. In the caravan, Goo Masters were easily killed, and their lives were as cheap as grass. Along the way, they could be replenished from the villages. Every time the caravan met with danger, large numbers of mortals would lose their lives. Other than that, there was also an intense dark competition between the mortals. Fang Yuan had just arrived here, and there were already two groups of people who wanted to find trouble with him. He was naturally not afraid of these troubles, but if he could resolve them easily, he would try to resolve them in advance. Of course, there were also some mortals who lived beautifully. Most of these people had backgrounds and were related to some Goo Masters, thus they used their connections to intimidate others. After that begging servant left, two groups of people came. The leader of one group was an old man with astute eyes. After asking Fang Yuan the price, he immediately lowered the price to 1/4. Fang Yuan guessed this old man's identity. He should be a steward, in charge of dispatching servants. The leader of the other group was a woman. Her eyes were coquettish, and she was actually wearing silk clothes. Fang Yuan immediately understood. This was definitely a tool of a certain male Goo Master. The two were escorted, and although they were all mortals, their social status was extremely clear. They lowered the price very low, with the intention of buying low and selling high. These people all had some extra money, unlike most servants who were in a precarious situation, living so miserably that they did not even have food to eat. Although Fang Yuan looked down on this carriage of purple maple leaves, to put on a good act and not expose himself, he still rejected the two who were trying to lower the price. The old man had a pleasant expression, but there was a hidden threat. The woman cursed and walked away. As long as a third person asks for the price, I will sell this carriage of rotten leaves. Just as Fang Yuan was calculating, the small market suddenly went into an uproar. Some people were excitedly cheering and shouting. That kind-hearted Miss Zhang is here again. Miss Zhang is kind and benevolent. She is like a fairy that descended to the mortal world. Such a good person. I won't go hungry tonight. What's going on? Bai Ning Bing gazed into the distance, only to see a green figure appear at the entrance of the market. Fang Yuan was also puzzled. What situation was this? Miss Zhang. Fairy Zhang. A group of servants rushed over, and at once, the entrance of the market was filled with people. Most of these people were punished by Goo Masters and had no food to eat. The man that Fang Yuan kicked earlier was also among them, stretching his neck and arms. Don't be anxious, everyone. There will be food. There will be food. Take it slowly, the green-clothed girl said. Her voice was gentle and soft, and the moment she spoke, it was drowned out by the shouts of the crowd. All of you shut up. Line up and come one by one. Whoever dares to snatch or shout, I will kill him immediately. Suddenly, a thunderous voice resounded in the small market. An old but tall and sturdy Goo Master stood up with his head held high. His fierce gaze swept around, and the bustling small market immediately quietened down. This was the might of a Goo Master. No one did not believe his words. With a Goo Master's identity, as long as he was in a bad mood, so what if he killed 2 or 3 mortals? Everyone pushed and shoved, and quickly lined up obediently. At the front of the line, the green-clothed girl carried a basket, distributing steamed biscuits one by one. The whole small market was silent. Countless gazes looked at the green-clothed girl, containing respect, worship, and love. Bai Ning Bing was curious, asking the stall owner beside him, "Who is this girl? You don't even know Miss Zhang Xinci? You two are new here, right?" Zhang Xinci? Fang Yuan turned around, frowning. "Tell us everything you know." The stall owner thought of how ruthless Fang Yuan was when he beat up the family servant, and did not dare to hide anything. This Miss Zhang is also a vice leader in our caravan. She has no cultivation talent, and is a mortal like us. But she has a strong background in the clan, and the Goo Masters beside her are her guards. I have lived for so many years, but to speak the truth, I have never seen such a kind-hearted person. Miss Zhang is too kind. Almost every night she would bring some food to the starving family servant. Even if it is raining or windy, she is still like this. Sigh, the heavens are so unfair. Such a good person cannot be allowed to cultivate. Bai Ningbing nodded and smiled, saying to Fang Yuan, "As expected, when the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds." Fang Yuan, however, did not reply. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan strangely, but saw that Fang Yuan's expression was not right. The latter stared at the green-clothed girl with a burning gaze, his brows almost knitted into a knot. This green-clothed girl had a head of black hair that draped over her shoulders, delicate and black, giving off a gentle beauty. Her eyebrows were like faint willow smoke, and her eyes were like the clear waves of the moon. Her skin was snow white, and her lips were pink and tender. Her face did not have any makeup, and her contours were extremely soft. While distributing the steamed biscuits, she smiled faintly, pure and flawless. She wore a green dress, giving off a fresh and elegant aura. She was elegant like an orchid, beautiful like a lotus, gentle like water. In terms of appearance, she was on par with Bai Ningbing, but had a unique beauty. The girl's appearance was exquisite and could only be considered good-looking, like an ordinary beverage. Only with a temperament could one be called a beauty, like aged wine. No doubt, this green-clothed girl was an absolute beauty. But no matter how beautiful she was, or how moving her temperament was, in Fang Yuan's heart, it was all fart. Fang Yuan did not look at her appearance. No matter how beautiful her face and temperament were, if one peeled off her skin, it was all bones. He was curious and thought of a certain person. Isn't this girl Shang Xinci? Shang Xinci was one of the young masters of Shang clan. In the clan, the children of the clan leader were all called young master. Only the successor that obtained the approval of the clan elders could be called young clan leader. Just with her identity as the young master of Shang clan, Shang Xinci was the pride of the heavens. Everyone said that Shang clan was greedy and black-hearted, but this Shang Xinci was an exception. She had a weak nature and was not good at fighting. She was soft-hearted and was the worst at doing business in Shang clan. When she did business, not only did she often suffer losses, she was also often cheated by others. She easily trusted others, and most importantly, she would not learn from being cheated once, and would be cheated again and again. As the young master of Shang clan, she was once the shame of the entire Shang clan, and was looked down upon the most. But on account that she was the bloodline of the Shang clan leader, they showed mercy and did not expel her from the clan. She treated mortals equally, and had a strong sense of compassion, and often helped and saved people. There were even a few times when she bought all the slaves in auctions, and was scolded by the Shang clan leader. But fate was truly wonderful in the end. She became the leader of Shang clan. Chapter 240. But why is she here? Also, why is she called Shang Xinci? In my memories, she is a Gu master. Why do others say she has no cultivation talent and is just a mortal? Fang Yuan was puzzled. Is she not Shang Xinci and only looks like her? This is too similar. No, wait. Fang Yuan's thoughts churned as he suddenly dug out even older information from the depths of his memories. This Shang Xinci had a rough life. She is the illegitimate child of Shang clan leader when he was young, traveling outside. She grew up without a father and was bullied. After her mother died, her life became even more difficult. Forced by her clansmen, she could only follow a caravan to trade. But when she arrived at Shang clan city, her bloodline was sensed by Shang clan leader. Shang clan leader was overjoyed and acknowledged her in front of everyone, feeling indebted to her. Thus, even if she made many mistakes in the future, he would cover up for her. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. So that's it, I understand now. Combining the current world and the remnant clues in his memories, Fang Yuan deduced the truth. Many years ago, when Shang clan leader was still a young master, he left behind a bloodline in Zhang clan. It was Shang Xinci. Shang clan and Zhang clan had been on bad terms since ancient times. After Shang Xinci was born, her mother did not reveal the identity of Shang clan leader due to various considerations. Thus, Shang Xinci was born as a shameful illegitimate child and followed her mother's surname. This was also why she was still called Shang Xinci now. After her mother died, she was forced by her clansmen to go out to trade. But when she came to Shang clan city, her bloodline was discovered. Her father also became the Shang clan leader. He had a high status and authority. When he recognized her in front of everyone, her fate changed drastically. That is to say, my caravan is the first caravan she went out to trade with. After realizing this, Fang Yuan's heart thumped. After all, this Shang Xinci had great potential. She was the future Shang clan leader. If this was spread, the whole world would not believe it. Of course, the future could be changed. Even according to his previous life's trajectory, when she became clan leader, the world would change, and the powerful Shang clan would be in ruins. To Fang Yuan, when she became the Shang clan leader, she would not be able to do anything. Heh, this investment period is really too long, and there is no return. Her value was not shown when she was the clan leader, but when she was recognized by the Shang clan leader and became one of the young masters of Shang clan. As the young master, she had to be responsible for a part of the business. This was also the tradition of Shang clan to nurture their successors. This was exactly what Fang Yuan needed. He needed to dispose of the stolen goods. A stable, good, and safe channel to dispose of stolen goods. This was essential in his grand plan of rebirth. In the future, he would definitely open more secret inheritances. There were many things that could not be used. As long as they were traded, they would be able to display their great value. For example, the bone spear goo and spiral bone spear goo in Bai Ningbing's aperture. Of these goo, one was enough for Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. At most, they would keep one as a backup. If the others were not sold, they could only rot in one's hands, and one would even have to spend a lot of milk to raise them. Previously, Fang Yuan had planned to use that Jiajin Shang as a temporary channel to dispose of stolen goods. Then, it would be best if he could form a relationship with Jia Fu and nurture this channel. In the end, fate made a fool out of him. In order to receive the secret of the flower wine monk's inheritance, he had no choice but to kill Jiajin Shang. This is a gift sent to me by the heavens. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, looking at the distant Shang Xinci, his eyes shining brightly. Shang clan had a strong background. At least before the storm of change that engulfed the southern border, they were one of the overlords of the southern border. Even if he sold stolen goods to them, the victims would not dare to find trouble with them. But precisely because they were too strong, Fang Yuan was worried that they would commit treachery. Don't look at the righteous path. Shang clan people's hearts were all black. This was too normal. But Shang Xinci was definitely not like that. She had gone through 100 years of history and was tested by the changes. Her kindness, gentleness, benevolence, and honesty were well spread throughout the southern border in Fang Yuan's previous life. And most importantly, she had no foundation. Different from the other young masters, after she came to Shang clan city, she was completely alone. In the future, she made many mistakes. It was not that she was not smart, but because the other young masters, for the sake of the clan leader position, secretly made things difficult for her and suppressed their competitors. Fang Yuan needed her channels, and if she wanted to live a better life in the future, she also needed Fang Yuan as external help. Most importantly, she was easy to control and influence. Her youth and personality were all weaknesses in Fang Yuan's eyes. Bai Ningbing suddenly laughed. Don't tell me you like her? What? Fang Yuan's thoughts paused. Don't pretend, we are both men. I can tell from your eyes. Speaking of which, this girl is quite pleasing to the eye. But if you want to get her, it will be hard. Unless I help you find a chance to secretly kidnap her. In exchange, you have to give me that Yanggu first. Bai Ningbing said enticingly. But Fang Yuan's next sentence angered her. You are a man? You. This was a little troublesome. Fang Yuan first had to get close to Shang Xinci, then gain her trust. But time was limited. He had to settle everything before she reached Shang clan city. Bai Ningbing's idea of kidnapping people was too bad. The risk was too high. It would only make things worse. Fang Yuan knew one thing. Shang Xinci was deceived not because she was stupid, but because she was too kind. In his previous life, there was a demonic cultivator, known as Night Gentleman, an expert at stealing and cunning like a fox. He used the same reason to deceive Shang Xinci many times. One time, he could not help but ask, I keep telling you this, aren't you afraid I am lying? Shang Xinci said, "You said you have a cash flow problem. If you don't borrow some yuan stone, your family will starve to death. I know there is a high chance you are lying to me, but every time you say it, I can't help but think, what if you are telling the truth this time? If I don't pay first, a few lives will be lost. Although this possibility is low, I don't want to bet on this." Knight Gentleman heard this. Tears flowed down his face, deeply moved by Shang Xinci's charisma, immediately kneeling on the ground. From then on, he turned over a new leaf, following Shang Xinci with unwavering loyalty, making many contributions. The sun was slowly swallowed by the mountains in the west as night fell. The long line of people also thinned. In the end, the servants received their food and slowly dispersed. "All right, that's all for today. I'll come back tomorrow." Before she could finish, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. What kind of face was this? No eyebrows, they were all burnt. Only a bit of hair was left, and one ear was missing. Who else could it be but Feng Yuan? Shang Xinci was truly shocked, and the servant girl behind her even screamed. "What are you doing?" That tall and sturdy old Gu master immediately shouted, "Lady Zhang, do a good deed and buy my goods." Feng Yuan ignored the old Gu master, shouting at Shang Xinci. Bai Ning Bing silently stood at a distance, watching Feng Yuan's performance with interest. "I still have one last steamed biscuit, take it." Shang Xinci had a gentle smile on her face. She did not have any disgust towards Feng Yuan, only sympathy. Looking at his injuries, his past must have been very painful. Sigh, he is also a pitiful person. Feng Yuan took the steamed biscuit, but threw it on the ground. "I don't eat this, I want to sell it. I sold my family's old house to buy this card of purple maple leaves. But I can't sell it. The leaves are about to wither. What's the point of living? Sob, sob, sob. If I can't sell it, I don't want to live anymore. I'll just kill myself." As he spoke, he started crying loudly. He stomped his feet and howled. His expression was extremely agitated, with a trace of madness. Bai Ningbing was dumbfounded. Such acting skills, I really can't compare. If she did not know Feng Yuan's background, she might have been deceived by Feng Yuan. She looked at the expressions and gazes of the people around her. There was indeed a lot of shock, disdain, sympathy, indifference, but there was no suspicion. Who is this person? Rushing over so quickly, scaring me. So greedy. He actually wants Lady Zhang to buy his goods. This kind of person deserves it. Does he really think business is so easy? Sigh, he must have been pressured. Back then, I encountered it too. The crowd discussed fervently. "Hey, you madman. You dare to scare my lady. Get lost." The old Gu master's words were like thunder. He took a step forward and protected Shang Xinci behind him. "Lady Zhang, if you don't buy my goods, I don't want to live anymore. Lady Zhang, you are a good person. Please buy this cart of goods and save me." Feng Yuan cried nonstop. Shang Xinci's heart softened. "Sigh, don't cry. I will buy it. Life is the most precious thing. You need to live well from now on. Don't commit suicide. Uncle Zhangzhu, give him 3 pieces of yuan stone." "Lady." The old Gu master's brows furrowed. "Fuck, this works too? Otherwise, why would I cause such a ruckus?" The group of peddlers were extremely excited. "Thank you, Lady Zhang. Lady Zhang, you are my Hey-Tu's savior." Feng Yuan was wild with joy. His face was covered in tears as he bowed continuously. The old Gu master's eyelids twitched, looking at the cart behind Feng Yuan. "This cart of purple maple leaves is at most worth 2 yuan stone. 3 is too much." "Uncle Zhangzhu." Shang Xinci's voice was soft. The old Gu master sighed deeply. "Lady, it is not that I am unwilling to part with 3 yuan stone, but to a mere servant like him, it is still too much. It will attract covetous eyes and schemes. Lady, for his safety, 2 yuan stone is just right. Moreover, if you give it like this, I'm afraid all the peddlers will come tomorrow." "Uncle Zhangzhu is right. Then give me 2 yuan stone." Shang Xinci thought for a while and readily agreed. Chapter 241. Many peddlers looked at Fang Yuan with jealousy. Fang Yuan placed the 2 primeval stones he got from selling the leaves into his pocket, throwing down the handcart and leaving the small market with Bai Ningbing. In my opinion, it is better to capture her. If you want to get close to her, don't forget our current identities. Bai Ningbing said softly. Fang and Bai were Chen clan's helpers. They used this identity to sneak into the caravan, but now they had undoubtedly become an obstacle for Fang Yuan to get close to Shang Xinci. But Fang Yuan already had a plan. He looked at Bai Ningbing and smiled. You were right. So, I am going to beat someone up now. Bai Ningbing was stunned. Beat someone up? The night sky was clear and filled with countless stars. In a spacious tent, a few servants sat in a circle. A pot was burning on the coal stove in the center. The tent's roof was open, and the soot from the burning coal flew out from the hole in the roof. There was meat in the pot, and the servants stared at the meat, swallowing their saliva from time to time as they smelled the fragrance of the meat. Brother Chong, I have investigated. I've already investigated the 2 newcomers, said the skinny monkey-like man. Oh, what do you mean? The robust servant called Brother Chong raised his eyebrows. These 2 were introduced by the old village head of that village in Ziyu Mountain. Skinny Monkey replied. So it was like that. I remember that old village head was originally immortal. The vice leader wanted a stronghold, so he casually enlightened him. So it was this background. Everyone came to a realization, although they have a Gu master behind them. So what? Brother Chong's sister is our young Master Chan Xian's concubine. Someone shouted. These 2 newcomers are too arrogant. If we don't teach them a lesson, won't they turn the world upside down in the future? Stop arguing. We will listen to Brother Chong. Someone shouted. The tent quietened down, and everyone looked at Brother Chong. Brother Chong was somewhat hesitant. Fang and Bai had a Gu master behind them after all. Even if this Gu master was not a Chen clan member. Even if this Gu master was an old man with 1 foot in the grave. But he was still a Gu master after all. Have you investigated thoroughly? What's the relationship between these 2 people and the old man from the village? Skinny Monkey immediately revealed an awkward expression. This, Brother Chong, you also know. With our status, it's not easy for us to find out all this. Brother Chong could not help but ponder. Big brother, these 2 rookies are too arrogant. What kind of attitude did they have towards Skinny Monkey this morning? They're obviously looking down on us. He must be taught a lesson. Not bad. That old village chief, according to his original identity, is not even as good as us. He just got lucky and became a Gu master. What is a Gu master like him? If our vice leader didn't need him, how could he become a Gu master? He's just a high-class servant. What's more, caravans are always in a precarious situation. Even if these 2 people die, that old village chief also won't dare to settle accounts with our Chen family. Everyone was talking at once. Brother Chong frowned. The skinny monkey-like man observed for a long time. He wanted to find trouble with Fang and Bai. After holding back his anger this morning, his heart was filled with hatred towards Fang Yuan. But he knew he had no background. If he wanted revenge, he could only rely on Brother Chong. He saw that the time was right and said, I just heard that they sold their lives in the small market. A cart of purple maple leaves was actually sold for 2 yuan stone. Brother Chong's eyes immediately brightened. What? 2 yuan stone? How can this be? They didn't lower the price. Such good luck. Which idiot bought it? Skinny monkey-like man sneered, his tone filled with disdain and jealousy. Who else? It's that Miss Zhang, a mortal, but who asked her to have such a good life, giving birth to a good family. Damn it, back then when I smuggled goods, I was miserably suppressed by others. Why can't I have the luck of these 2 fellows? Brother Chong was envious. He continued indignantly, tomorrow, we'll deal with them. As rookies, they have to show respect to us, the older generation. If they don't know the rules, we have to be kind and teach them a lesson. Yes, Brother Chong. Whatever Brother Chong says, we'll do it. Brother Chong is wise and mighty. Skinny monkey-like man flattered and took out a spoon to scoop up the soup. The meat soup is ready, Brother Chong. Try it first. The aroma of meat assailed the nostrils, and many people's Adam's apple moved as they swallowed their saliva. Brother Chong licked his lips, took the spoon, blew on it, and was about to drink. Suddenly, the tent's curtain was lifted. Fang Yuan walked in with large strides. "It's you." Everyone was surprised. The main character they had been planning for a long time had actually arrived. This made them feel a sense of helplessness and panic. Skinny monkey-like man jumped up and smiled sinisterly. "Newcomer, do you know fear now? Want to apologize? I'm telling you, it's too late." Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan expressionlessly lifted his leg. Bang! Skinny monkey-like man was directly kicked, and his back hit the coal stove. The cooked meat soup immediately splashed on his body, scalding him and causing him to scream loudly. "Meat soup. It's all spilled. We pooled our money to buy the meat. It's not easy to get a chance to eat it, damn it. Bastard, you're courting death." For a moment, the crowd was indignant. They stood up one after another, roaring and rushing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan held 2 pieces of yuan stone in his hands and threw them at them. Ouch! 2 people were hit. One covered his eyes, and the other covered his stomach, groaning in pain. Despicable, using a concealed weapon. Wait, this is yuan stone? Everyone was about to rush over, but hearing this cry, their momentum suddenly stagnated. 2 pieces of yuan stone lying on the ground attracted everyone's attention. Skinny monkey-like man's cry also stopped abruptly, his eyes staring at yuan stone. Birds die for food, and humans die for wealth. Has this person gone mad? Actually using yuan stone to hit people? Humph, so he's already scared. This is yuan stone. I may not earn a piece of yuan stone even if I work for 2 months. For a moment, everyone's thoughts were surging like a tide. Some people looked at Fang Yuan with a trace of longing in their eyes. It was as if they were asking, "Do you have any more yuan stone? Throw it at me." "How dare you throw it at me? You're courting death." The servant who covered his eyes let go and shouted. His right eye could not open at all. It was purple and swollen. But this did not prevent him from reaching out and grabbing the nearest yuan stone in his hand. Everyone shuddered and reacted, looking at the other yuan stone on the ground. Boom! Everyone rushed towards this yuan stone, throwing Fang Yuan to the back of their minds. Skinny monkey-like man grimaced in pain, stood out and grabbed the yuan stone. "Mine. This is mine." He threw it at me. Another servant who was hit by the yuan stone bellowed. "Damn, monkey. Aren't you injured? Why are you so fast?" Someone shouted, spittle flying everywhere. "All of you, shut up. Who tripped me just now? Stand up." Brother Chang's face was covered in dirt. He was very angry. Suddenly, an arm reached out and pulled him over. Who was so bold? He turned his head in anger and shock. It was none other than Fang Yuan's ugly face. He shouted, "You dare to grab me? Let go of your dog paws." Bang! Fang Yuan raised his fist and punched him in the face. Immediately, his nose was fractured and blood gushed out. A strong dizziness hit him, and Brother Chang saw stars. Fang Yuan loosened his grip, and he collapsed on the ground. I. He hit someone. Brother Chang is injured. Let's take care of him." The others were stunned for a moment. Then, as if awakened from a dream, they raised their fists and rushed towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was expressionless, and with a sweep of his fist, the nearest servant flew to the side with a cry, his mouth full of teeth broken. Then, another person rushed over. Fang Yuan raised his heel, aimed at his crotch, and lightly kicked. Ugh! The man covered his crotch, his eyes rolled back, and he instantly fainted. With a few punches and kicks from Fang Yuan, all the servants fell, leaving only the skinny monkey hiding in the corner. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over, and the skinny monkey suddenly trembled and fell to the ground with a plop. "I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Hero, please be magnanimous." He loudly begged for mercy, kowtowing non-stop. His head hit the ground, making a series of muffled sounds. But he still couldn't hear any movement from Fang Yuan. The skinny monkey trembled and raised his head, but Fang Yuan had already left. Inside the tent, there were a lot of servants lying on the ground, some unconscious, some groaning. Fang Yuan walked between the tents. The commotion just now had attracted a lot of attention. This was what Fang Yuan wanted to see. By Ning being followed from a dark corner. On the first day, he beat up all the servants working with him. This is not a good influence. She chuckled, taking pleasure in his misfortune. In her heart, she was even more curious as to why Fang Yuan did this. Fang Yuan didn't answer and walked deeper into the temporary camp of the caravan. Soon, he arrived at his destination. He had inquired about the carriage, and the Chen family's old butler slept here. He didn't immediately knock on the door, but walked to a dark corner, took out his dagger, and started to cut himself. The surroundings were quiet. Only the sound of the dagger cutting flesh could be heard. Bai Ningbing heard it and slightly raised her eyebrows. She once again witnessed Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and coldness. Not only did he not make a sound when he cut himself with the dagger, but he also became more and more skilled at it. It didn't seem like he was cutting himself, but more like he was cutting a wooden stake. Dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door. The narrow carriage was filled with junk, and there was only a small bed. Fortunately, the old butler was short, and curled up on the small bed. It didn't seem crowded. Dong dong dong. There was another knock on the door. The old butler, who was already sound asleep, frowned and turned around. Dong dong dong. The knocking on the door got louder, and the old butler opened his bloodshot eyes. "Who is it?" "It's me, old butler." A voice came from outside the door. The voice was very unfamiliar, but it was a little familiar. The old butler frowned even more, and after a long time, he remembered that it was a newcomer who joined this morning. A newcomer, and yet he doesn't know the rules. What is he trying to do by disturbing my sleep in the middle of the night? Chapter 242. The old steward's anger rose rapidly. He decided to teach Fang Yuan an unforgettable lesson. With a bang, he opened the door. Then, Fang Yuan appeared in front of the old steward with wounds and bloodstains. The old steward was shocked by this scene. He could not be bothered to get angry. He was extremely shocked. What happened to you? Did a beast group attack at night?" "No, old steward. It's those bastards. They injured me, and even took away my yuan stone. Old steward, you have to uphold justice for me." Fang Yuan wiped his bloody tears and shouted, "Ugh, it hurts. That madman left? Damn it, that madman is really strong." The tent was a mess. The fragrance of the meat soup still lingered, but it could not be salvaged. The pot was broken. The group of people regained their breath. They were either bruised or gasping. "Damn it, a newbie actually came to beat us. He is too lawless. We haven't found trouble with him, but he actually found trouble with us first. I can't take this lying down. We can't just let this go. We have to get back at him." "How? Can you beat him?" "Why do we have to fight? We will go complain. Let the old steward take care of him. This person just joined and is already so tyrannical. How can we work together in the future? Right? He just smashed those 2 yuan stones. Give them to me. This is the evidence." Brother Chong spoke. The tent was silent. Everyone knew this was Brother Chong's excuse. The servants who did not get the yuan stone looked at the skinny monkey and the other Gu master with a gloating expression. The two of them hemmed and hawed, not saying a word. It was obvious they did not want to hand it over. Brother Chong had some brains. "We are all injured. These 2 yuan stone are not only evidence, but also our medical fees." Hearing him say this, it seemed like he wanted to split the loot. The servants who did not get the yuan stone started to speak up. "Brother Chong is right. Monkey, give the yuan stone to Brother Chong. Don't tell me you want to take the lead. Brother Chong has a strong background. Only Brother Chong can avenge us. Brother Chong, we believe in you." Under everyone's pressure, Skinny Monkey and another Gu master could only purse their lips and unwillingly take out the yuan stone, handing it to Brother Chong. Brother Chong received it and touched the smooth and round yuan stone. Suddenly, he felt that his nose didn't hurt so much anymore. But at this moment, the curtain was suddenly lifted. Everyone was shocked, thinking that Fang Yuan had come again. But when he took a closer look, he realized that it was the old butler. "Seneschal, why are you here?" "Old manager, we were just about to look for you." Everyone was pleasantly surprised. The old butler's expression was very ugly. especially when he saw the 2 pieces of yuan stone in Brother Chang's hands. His expression became even more gloomy. He walked in front of Brother Chang in a few steps, snatched the primordial stones, and gave Brother Chang a few slaps on the face. Brother Chang was dumbfounded. The others were also dumbfounded. After a few breaths, everyone finally reacted. Seneschal, who made you angry? Seneschal, what are you doing? The old man turned around and walked away, opening the curtain. Changzi, skinny monkey, you bunch of damn things, get out here right now. Saying so, he walked out of the tent first. Brother Chang covered his face, but did not dare to go against the old butler. He could only suppress his anger and bewilderment as he walked out of the tent. When everyone walked out of the tent, they saw Fang Yuan standing at the side, his body full of injuries and blood stains. Seneschal, they are the ones who snatched my yuan stone. Fang Yuan pointed at them and shouted with righteous indignation. What the hell? The servants finally reacted. You brat, you dare to complain first? Humph, I will kill you. Everyone was enraged and roared. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap stunned everyone. The servant who shouted the loudest covered his face and could not help but take a step back. The old butler looked at him gloomily. Why can't he complain to me, huh? Hee. You guys are getting more and more lawless. You even dare to snatch someone's yuan stone. The old butler also knew that the newcomers would be bullied, but he was happy to see it happen. This was an inevitable process. On one hand, it could suppress the arrogance of the newcomers, making it easier for him to manage them in the future. On the other hand, it could also promote the integration between the old and the newcomers. But the degree of bullying could not be too excessive. Directly robbing the yuan stone. What difference was there between that and bandits? Seneschal, it's not what you think. Someone cried out. Slap. It was another crisp slap. The old butler's voice was cold. Did I allow you to speak? Seneschal, we have to say this. Yes, we are all innocent, Seneschal. Many of the servants cried out, feeling wronged. We're the victims here, okay? The old steward's hair stood up in anger as he roared. You took his primordial stones, and you're saying that you're innocent? Are these 2 yuan stones his? Speak. Speak the truth. Yes. Although it is so, but, slap. 2 mouths. 2 servants covered their mouths. The old butler pointed at them and scolded. Snatching the yuan stone is fine, but you dare to use a knife. You are too daring. Speak. Who was the one who used the knife? When a servant was injured, he could not work, but instead had to rest and heal. This was the cost. If there was any delay, the gu masters above would blame him, and the old butler would have to take responsibility. Used a knife? We did not. Seneschal, we are all old people. Don't you know this? What a bunch of bullshit from your mother. Do you think I am blind? You didn't use a knife. How did he get his injuries? Did he do it himself? The old butler roared. Bai Ning Bing watched from a shadowy corner, thinking, Seneschal, you are so smart, you guessed it right. Slap. The old butler was extremely furious, slapping them repeatedly. Everyone suffered at least a few slaps. All of them were intimidated by the old butler's power, not daring to speak. But they were all clenching their fists tightly. Some had veins popping out of their foreheads. Some were gritting their teeth. Their hearts were filled with anger, unable to express it. All of you scram back to the tent. I will settle the score with you tomorrow. The old butler's hands were numb from the slaps. He was old after all, panting heavily, but his anger had dissipated by more than half. The servants did not dare to disobey this order. They turned around and stared angrily at Fang Yuan, engraving his figure in the deepest part of their hearts. The old butler walked over and placed the yuan stone in Fang Yuan's hands, speaking in an unfriendly tone. I have gotten the yuan stone back for you. Don't lose it again. If you lose it again, I will not care anymore. Fang Yuan was crying, feeling moved and afraid. Seneschal, please do me a favor. Keep these 2 yuan stones safe for me. I am afraid they will be robbed again. The old butler was stunned. He could not help but feel his heart palpitate. Being a merchant was dangerous. Fang Yuan might be swallowed by a wild beast one day. Then wouldn't these 2 yuan stones be his? Then I will reluctantly keep them safe for you, the old butler said. Thank you, Seneschal. Seneschal, you are really a good person. Feng Yuan hurriedly bowed, expressing his gratitude. All right, I am sleepy. You should sleep early too. The old butler waved his hand and left impatiently. As for where Feng Yuan slept, it was none of his business. This He-Tu is really a bit stupid, the old butler sneered in his heart. Everyone left. Feng Yuan's face immediately regained its calmness. The wounds on your body are still bleeding. Aren't you going to treat them? Bai Ningbing walked over. I still have use for them. Let's go. Feng Yuan smiled. Inside the tent, the oil lamp was lit. Shang Xinci was reading a book, suddenly frowning slightly. Xiao Dai, did you hear that? It seems like someone is crying for help outside the tent. The servant girl Xiao Dai nodded her head, dozing off. Miss was not sleeping, so it was not good for her to sleep first. Now that she was awakened, she listened and immediately shouted, Aya, someone is crying for help. Who is crying in the middle of the night? Why is it you again? Shang Xinci's guard-gu Master Zhang Zhu had already walked out and noticed Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan sat on the ground paralyzed, snot and tears flowing down his face. Scram! If you don't scram, I will kill you. Zhang Zhu shouted. His impression of Feng Yuan was very bad. Uncle Zhang Zhu. At this time, Shang Xinci and the servant girl walked over. Why is it you again? You are still haunting me. The servant girl saw Feng Yuan and immediately stared with wide eyes. Feng Yuan ignored them, only focusing his gaze on Shang Xinci. Miss Zhang, my life is because of you. Only you can save me. TCH, you lunatic, what bullshit are you saying? Zhang Zhu shouted angrily. My family's Miss is kind and generous. How could she harm you? Miss, let's go. Don't care about this crazy person. The servant girl also complained. With Shang Xinci's nature, she could not bear to see others in misery. Feng Yuan was bathed in blood and covered in wounds. He had already won her sympathy. Adding on his words, if Shang Xinci did not ask about it, she would not be able to sleep well tonight. You said you were harmed by me. What do you mean? Uncle Zhang Zhu, can I trouble you to heal him first? Shang Xinci said. Although Zhang Zhu was unwilling, he could only push her. A white ball of light entered Feng Yuan's body. His bleeding stopped and his wounds gradually healed. Feng Yuan said, Those 2 Yuan stones, they were jealous and wanted to snatch my Yuan stone. I could not win against them, so I invited the old steward to uphold justice. Although they returned the Yuan stone, they threatened me and wanted to teach me a lesson, making me wish I was dead. So it's like this. Shang Xinci could not help but sigh. You reap what you sow, miss. Let's not care about him. He clearly asked for it. If he did not sell it for such a high price, wouldn't everything be fine? Xiao Dai rolled her eyes. She did not like Feng Yuan at all. Feng Yuan continued. My companion and I thought about it, and we can only rely on you, Miss Zhang. Otherwise, we'll be killed by them. This is 2 lives we're talking about. They won't go as far as to kill. Shang Xinci comforted Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan interrupted her, then said, Miss, you don't know. It's very dark here. They will use the chance of wild beasts to plot against me. Maybe one day, I will be eaten by wild beasts. But in fact, they are playing tricks behind the scenes. Please take me in. Please save me. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.